All right, where are we here? I think we're live. I do believe we're live. Welcome, everyone. Just making 100% sure that I am live because I have had a little bit of problems lately. Just going to open her up and make sure we're good here. Yes, yes, yes. This looks wonderful. So let's start recording. And we're live on the YouTube Rolly. So welcome everyone to Hash Church Season 11, Episode 29, the HashMakers Guild. Today we're going to be represented by the good folks of the HashMakers Guild over in South Africa. So first and foremost, as always, I'd love to thank our sponsors. Big shout out to the Press Club. Trusted by top hash makers from around the world since 2016, the Press Club is your one-stop shop for award-winning solventless gear. From press bags to wash bags to presses to vessels, you'll find everything you need from wash to press. We are big fans of the Press Club and what they are doing in the community, so we're excited to have them on board as an official sponsor for Hash Church. And shout out to them for giving away so much great stuff, spoons and press bags and magnets and all the cool little things that they do. Made in the USA, patented pink stitch, zero blowout guarantee, small family-owned business, free expedited shipping of $75 or more with international shipping available. You can visit them at www.thepressclub.co and use code HashChurch to take 10% off of your order. Obviously, a huge shout out to these guys, Puffco, for powering Hash Church, really. Puffco's game-changing devices like the Sleek Peak Pro, used one yesterday at a party, Versatile Proxy, and the Compact Pivot. I also used that at the party. Bring unmatched style and performance, making extracts a vibe for everyone. Their passion for cannabis culture keeps our community blazing strong. Discover the Puffco difference at www.puffco.com and follow at Puffco on Instagram. Sorry, on hash. Okay, let me get the bubble bags. Big shout out to bubble bags. We do remain the gold standard for water hash extraction, pioneered by the innovators who defined the craft. Built to last, these top quality bags come with a lifetime warranty guaranteeing years of flawless performance. With a legacy of excellence, the Bubble Bag team delivers unmatched reliability for enthusiasts and pros chasing premium hash results. Elevate your extraction game at www.bubblebag.com and use code HashChurch10 for exclusive savings. And if you buy a set of bags this upcoming week between the 20th and the 25th of July, you're going to get a call from me and a free 1-hour consultation on how to use those bags. That's for anyone who buys a set of bags between now and Friday, July 25th. So wonderful. That's fun. I got a bunch of people waiting in the room I should probably let in. We got Slurp Extracts, the House of Extractions, and Opulent Leaf all waiting to pop on in for a little Hash Church extravaganza. And I'm quite excited, I'm not going to lie. It's nice to see, well, it'll be nice to hear about a different part of the world. We've had Storm on before, not too long ago, actually. And there he is right there, smiling under the House of Extractions banner. How you doing, man?
How's it, Marcus? Oh, no, I'm doing very, very well. Thanks. Thank you very
Hell
much for
yeah.
this exciting opportunity.
Oh man, I'm super stoked to have you guys. Welcome, Opulent Leaf is in the house, and I see Tiggs and Mike under the Slurp Extracts banner are also in the house. Welcome, you guys. I feel like you are my people.
We are.
We are, man. We feel like
We
you're our
are
friends.
your people.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, why don't we listen? Well, let's start with Storm anyway, so that for people who haven't seen, maybe an episode that Storm was on, I want to get introductions from you guys. I know we got quite a few of you guys coming in, so if we can hammer out even just a 4 to 5 minute introduction between all of you guys. I mean, if all 9 of you show up this morning and we do a 5 minute, that's almost an hour right there. So we'll do our introductions, hear about each one of you. Don't feel rushed. Don't feel that you only, whatever you want to share, we're happy to share. But I'd love to start with Storm. Give a little background on the group and on yourself, and then you can kind of introduce the next person to talk.
Yeah, 100, 100%, Marcus. Yeah, so I mean, my name is Storm. I started the House of Extractions in 2020 as a business-to-business service provider. So I provide extraction services to cultivators, whether they're small or slightly larger, more on the commercial side. And that evolved. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, stunning. So that evolved into solvent-based extractions as well as solventless, and I've sort of phased out the solvent-based stuff. And certain strains call for a solvent extraction, but I'm pushing solventless these days. And the House of Extractions still operates as a business-to-business service provider, but I also operate under my second umbrella, Sacred Craft Solventless or Sacred Craft Seed Company. So that would be my B2C offering of live extracts, live hash, donuts, flour, everything, And yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I'm based out at Chiba Academy in Rivonia. And this is sort of a cannabis hub. And through this hub, this amazing group of people has sort of come together over the space of the last year. We've got Rob from Opulent Leaf. He's been involved with Chiba as well for quite some time now. He's more in the luxury cannabis field. I'll let him tell you more about what he's up to. And then there's Tiggs and Mike. Tiggs is a very talented breeder. And they're both very talented extractors and cultivators, sort of a triple threat, if you will. Matthew is a regenerative, strictly organic cultivator, regenerative farming. And I can see he is on with Mike as well. There's two of them. Mike is Forest Beard Farms, also strictly regenerative, no-till organic cultivation. And then last, but certainly, well, wait, no, hang on. Not even last, but we've got AJ Stunder. He's not even last. We've still got more. AJ is a very talented young man. He's a former student at Chiba, and he is representing his business, Verify. They do viroid testing as well as TC, tissue culture. And then, of course, we've got the Clone Club, Mike. He runs the Clone Club. They're a very well-established nursery in South Africa. They provide top-tier genetics as well as clean genetics. They do regular testing on everything to make sure that they are providing clean, ethical genetic. And in a nutshell, that's us. There are more, but they're not here yet. So I'll, whoever might slide in a little bit later, I'll let them do their thing. And yeah, and I'll take it, we can move on, I guess, to Rob.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm Rob from Opulent Leaf. Basically, start my story is in 2023, I went to a local expo here, being a long time recreational and medical user, and noticed that there's a large agricultural sector and there's a large B2B sector and B2C sector, but it seemed that they were missing something, which I kind of felt, kind of landed on. I'll explain how I kind of got to that in the long run, kind of what Storm's showing. But what I noticed was when I went to LA and I went to the glass shops there and I kind of saw what was available. There was kind of from your metal stuff like raw, your cheaper stuff made in China or kind of made for your or almost your student kind of consumer. There wasn't a lot of stuff, especially in South Africa, made for your upper middle class to beginner luxury class. The bongs for us or glass was considered always disposable due to it being illicit. We'd kind of buy a cheap glass from the Chinese market, smoke it, and then throw it away before anyone would find it, before it would get too dirty and kind of put off a smell. They weren't really proper bong cleaners. And so I wanted to try and kind of get into that space where I felt that there just weren't products where I saw it in the US and here. It just kind of falls on this side, that stuff that might be a bit more affordable on like the US side falls in the luxuries market here. So for example, cannabis humidor here is considered luxury. It's about 10,000 Rand, but that would fall at about $500, which if you're buying any like an ounce a month, indoor, that's completely affordable. I'm not sure kind of what that directly relates to now, but if you're at retail, if you're buying an ounce, that's a couple $100 if I'm not mistaken. It's basically there to kind of put on your table or your coffee table now that you have nicer house and nicer things, and now you can put your section in a nicer place. And then that led to developing more and more products to kind of try and elevate how we consume cannabis, even to a point with regards to dab. This is royal purple transparent dab container that I kind of got made for the industry, local and international, just to kind of try and give people a bit of an option from the standard glass stuff or the Myron glass that's available. And we'll continue to keep on building my portfolio of these kind of just slightly elevated products that's in like arm's reach, not like the designer glass, where I think the last back glass piece fetched over $250,000. That's wow, it would be nice to get to that point at some place, but let me try and give you something to get to in the meantime, that's not necessarily made in China, but it's kind of heirloom quality. Also, I've partnered up with some fantastic people on like the US side, the UK side, definitely the local side. If you see a lot of the boys here, they're smoking the Focus V stuff. I managed to kind of become an ambassador for them, and kind of give the market more of an option here. It seems they gravitated towards it naturally, so I'm grateful for that. But for a very long time, they had one choice and one choice only. And now, kind of with me bringing this in, now other competitors have also started to join the market, which I'm happy about, because it gives the consumer basically more choice and starts creating exactly what I was trying to create, was that slightly luxury market here, which again, hopefully I'll be able to spread to the US market and the EU market and the Asian market kind of as my business grows. And luckily I've managed to find a fantastic bunch here in the guild. Storm has managed to help me understand the intricacies of the things that I'm putting in the devices that I'm bringing in. As well as my friends here at Slope Extracts. I'll pass them on to you now. It's Mike and Tiggs. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for sharing. Before Mike and Tiggs get started, I just wanted to say I appreciate the timeline. Like you guys are obviously in Canada. This has been moving so fast for so long that I don't want to say that we're in the future, but we're just in a different place, right? We've done all of these different things. So it's kind of neat and refreshing to see the birth of that passion where it's like, I got to get these, you call it a luxury item. And yes, of course it is a luxury item. We take that for granted, I think, in places like North America. But, what I've always shouted out these companies, particularly Puffco as being one of our sponsors, and I'd love to hook you up with James at Puffco. And those guys are really super supportive of all things hash in every and any way. But they just, they normalize dabs to the mainstream in a way that there's no better way to do it. Right now I've got the mothership here plugged into the universal heater. There's no noise. It's not loud and sketchy, but it's still a bong. And for whatever reason, the Puffcos, they don't elicit the same reaction from the almost psychically incepted brainwashing of propaganda, billions of dollars over decades and decades and decades, if you can imagine, for people to have a reaction, for people to be like, oh, Oh, that's a bong. Volcano was kind of one of the first that was like, oh yeah, we're going to create a device for the hospital, and it's not going to make anyone flinch. And the puffer looked at the volcano for the first time, like, what the fuck is this? But all the other people, especially people who are in hospitals in Germany, they just looked at it as like another device to, get medicine into your body. And so it's important sometimes to sort of cut that just for this group of people over here, but to never let go of it, because of course it's part of our roots. And what a neat thing to come full circle, to be explained to people one day that, yeah, like you were brainwashed against a bong, and how we had to do it was companies had to be started to create devices where people could use these substances without being judged harshly via the propaganda that's been embedded into the tool itself. So that's super cool that you guys are at that point where you're like, I'm going to bring in stuff and show people that I love this already, even though I haven't heard from you guys. You're just going to each have a perfect piece of everything that is required to get together. So I'll give it back up to Tiggs and Mike. Slurp Extracts.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Marcus.
we super stoked to be here. Yeah, together we are Slurp Extracts, and I'll just start by giving some history on my end because I have a little bit of a longer duration in the industry, I guess, officialized anyway. Yeah, so I started out with breeding cannabis after, I guess, becoming a grower and doing the things most people do. And yeah, I started this essentially because of my father, who's not passed. When he was fighting cancer, we started breeding. I started breeding strains because there wasn't really anything that we had that I particularly liked. We didn't have access to cheap, good genetics in South Africa. And yeah, that was my calling card. I started taking the genetics that I found. I found some really good stuff, and I started learning. And I went onto some forums and found some mentors who taught me some really cool stuff. And yeah, since then, it's pretty much just been an ongoing journey. I've made a lot of really cool strains. My flagship strain, Cherry Geisha, has hit high times a few times. So that was pretty cool. And that was a pretty cool milestone for me. And yeah, then after that, I think I also managed to achieve the milestone of being the first South African breeder to have a stable strain that presses purple, which is also pretty cool. High times love that too. And yeah, it's been journey since then, meeting homies, helping people, learning in the process, always being a student of the herb. And then further down the line, falling in love with hash. And geez, the long journey that's been, the rabbit hole. Yeah, so myself and Mike started the Slurp brand and the hash making journey together. I bought some bubble bags online, and yeah, long story short, I said to Mike, hey dude, I really need some help with this. I think it's going to be a bit of a schlep to do one man, so please would you help me out? And between the two of us, it worked well, and we enjoyed it so much that we kept doing it to the point where it just made sense to just keep doing it. Yeah, I'll pass on to Mike. I'm sure he'd like to tell you his experience so far.
Yeah, I mean, no man, when Tiggs called me over to come and try it out, I knew of bubble hash. I didn't know much about it. It had always intrigued me though, and then we came and we tried it for the first time. Looking back at it now, it's laughable, that first wash, you know.
Yeah.
But I fell in love with it, man. Fell in love with making hash and rosin, the process, the terps, the smells, man. It's like I feel like a chef, you know, in a way. I'm passionate about rosin as in a way that a chef would be passionate about food. And every day I just want to keep learning, you know, keep learning. That's why I'm grateful to be meeting people like you guys, to have this experience. Just keep learning every day, man. That's all I can really say. I feel like I've got a lot to learn still, but yeah, want to bring out the best I can together with Tiggs. I mean, we're a team, you know, we do everything together. It's this is our brand. We're passionate about it. We love this brand. We back it completely. We back all the boys. Yeah, getting to meet Storm was also great. You know, he's taught us so much.
I just walked into his office one day, by
Yeah.
the way. Just walked in.
but everyone in the industry, you know, Rob, Matt, and Mike, everyone that I've met so far, we get along with them. It's just a friendly industry. Just makes me love it even more.
Yeah. Etienne, super, super stoked to be on the Hash Church with you finally, dude. You and I have spoken here and there in the past on, I think, maybe my previous profile, which got sniped. But yeah, super, super stoked that you're here as well, by the way, dude. But yeah, I think if we're going to hand over, let's hand over to Maddie and Mike. Yeah, love those boys.
What's up, everybody? First of all, what's up, our man? It's a big, 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 big honor. I have to say, I'm like quite the fanboy. I've probably watched you for about a good 8 years, 7 years, and like a main shout out is to this guy right here for you.
The beeline.
Yeah, I religiously smoke this, and every time I've been to a concert, a festival, and some guy comes up to me or someone comes up to me and they, first of all, they think I'm smoking a firecracker or something and I'm about to light it up and throw like a Tom Thumb into the crowd. But over the good 7 years, I think I've probably had a success rate of 5 people out of like 1,000 that now use this wick, and that is all thanks to you. But yeah, this journey of cannabis has been an amazing one. I see Rob. Good. So I got into cannabis. Well, I feel like cannabis chose me. It's my purpose in life. It's my passion. And in 2016, I was just studying at the University of Pretoria and got very lucky one day that one of the dispensaries, we will call it, a dispensary called Spoonful of Sugar, were offering clones. And I said to my mates, well, what's a clone? And it was a blue cheese clone and a Chemdog. And it was 250 Rand a clone. So, I mean, I don't know what that is to convert to dollars. It's
money.
Yeah, it's expensive for a student, especially, but they were offering a special 1,000 Rand for 4. So essentially buy 3, get 1 free. And me and my mate decided to pull the trigger and buy these cannabis plants in 2016 because of stories like my mom was taking antidepressants and the doctor told her that she needs to be on an antidepressant for the rest of her life. So she said to me, well, that's not really an option. Is there any other thing? And I spoke about cannabis, and the dispensary that I got these clones from were offering an RSO oil. And the guy was more than happy to explain to me what the potential of cannabis could be for medicinal reasons. Because I mean, being a university student, you're partaking for a little bit more than just the medicinal effects in the beginning. And for me, the journey of discovering how cannabis can truly, truly help depression in one instance. And then it can go on to many other things where we had a family friend that has rheumatoid arthritis and her husband had macular degeneration of his eyes. And I mean, the cannabis didn't cure it, but it stopped it in its tracks from getting worse and degenerating further. And all of this due to one cannabis plant put into let's just say an RSO oil, and then the benefits just kept coming. Then there'd be another person coming in with simple as back pain or period pain, all sorts of things. And then that's also when like Mike came into my life with his story, but that's a whole other, we'll leave that for him. It was eye-opening in the sense that it really brought upon this conscious thinking of how can this plant be so medicinal in such a variety of ways, but yet we have medicine that's so single source, and yet you need different pills for different things, and then maybe this pill might cause a bit of an issue, so then now you need another pill to help this pill, but yet the side effects of cannabis almost were, well, the side effects are you get high. That was the negative that people were associating this propaganda and stigma towards that is so wrong and stuff like that, but then forgetting all about the potential in the medicine and what it can do. So I, with my mate, bought these clones and kind of said to my parents, well, by the way, now I'm growing cannabis. Came home from varsity the one day and they happened to be trying to grow cannabis aquaponically in the garage. There was just a purple light coming out of the garage when I got home. And I was like, are my parents into like some 80s disco theme vibes going on now? Walk into the garage and there's literally in like a aquaponic system with like rocks and stuff like that and a big fish tank underneath, but just with water and circulating system with these little tiny plants coming out. And I was like, this is incredible that my parents are trying to grow cannabis while I'm also trying to dive into this journey. And luckily, then was blessed enough that my parents were okay with it. My mom was so into it and stuff like that that she then started diving deep into what the potentials were. And then we came out with a product like this, which is I call essentially like my miracle cream, and it's just a cannabis cream, well, like a water-based carrier cream with cannabis and other essential oils in it. And I mean, this cream, I don't leave home without. We even then made a lip balm because I suffer quite badly from fever blisters and I mean dry lips, chapped lips, we get sunburnt. And I literally have found a miracle in using cannabis in all of these products. And then it's one plant. And at that time, all I had access to was a blue cheese strain, which was very good for pain relief, anti-inflammation, and all of that. And I just used that carrier cream in all the products, and it was helping across so many different ailments. And I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it was like when I say it became my purpose and my path, I don't see any other avenue in my life besides the cannabis plant and how it guides me and stuff like that. And I had an unfortunate event uh, in university when I went and watched Sausage Party at our local movie theater, and me and my ex-girlfriend, she didn't smoke, but I did. I decided to have a nice toke on the way there, smashed a pipe in the parking lot, watched the movie successfully and stuff like that. And on the way out, sadly, had the security of the shopping mall. I mean, in Monte Casino is quite a Lani shopping mall here in South Africa, and they call them the Monty SWAT because these oaks literally walk around with like assault rifles and they're very strapped with firearms, and they were waiting for me outside as soon as we walked out of the mall into the parking lot, and then they escorted me to the car and my ex-girlfriend, and they were like, sorry sir, we've seen that there's something wrong with your car, can we search it? And I didn't know that you have rights and your private space is your vehicle, so you don't have to allow a search without a warrant and stuff like that. And me being a student, thinking cannabis is really casual, said to them, no problem, like you can look in my car. And at the time, I kept my cannabis in a Carenza C bottle because it was airtight and it kept it nicer for longer. So I ended up even telling the one guy, well, no, that's where some of my weed is in there. And he even said to me, oh, it's so clever. I've never seen someone hide their cannabis in such a container. And then sadly that night they arrested me. They wanted to have me sit in a holding cell that evening and I refused. So I then was panicked and I thought, okay, well, the only way to get out for the evening is to sign something which is an admission of guilt. And that admission of guilt would then mean that I'm guilty to the crime of the possession of cannabis. And then that would have actually have given me a criminal record. But then luckily the next morning where I had to then go to court, which is, I mean, it's all also very stressful being a varsity student, not really having support. Your parents don't know. There's no way in hell you're going to tell them. They still don't know. So, I mean, if they ever had to watch this, which I don't think they would, they would find out that I do have pieces of paper that state I've been arrested, but luckily no criminal record. And the next day also, like, I feel like cannabis is, there's a guardian angel that looks over me in the sense that I've believed if what I was doing was wrong, I would be arrested like this. The law states I should be, but I have never been. And to have been as close as being in the courthouse and never having my name called before the judge. So essentially meaning that my case was struck off roll, and luckily no criminal records. I don't know if there's an attachment in it in the papers in the public or whatever, but there's no harm to me having being in that situation. But as soon as I left the courthouse, I drove straight to my university apartment and smoked the fattest joint I could. Because
Yeah, you did.
yeah, the cops, the police took the cannabis away from me, and when a lawyer helped me the next morning, he laughed and he first of all asked me, is it white stuff or green stuff? And I was like, I don't know what you mean. And he says, no, like no white stuff. And then I cottoned on. So I said, so no, green only, bro. Like, I promise you and stuff. And then he laughed. He said, oh, I get my cannabis from the police. So I said, oh, that's funny. You're going to get some good weed because they just confiscated mine. So look out, like type thing. And it only took 2 point. They didn't even measure it. So then you start to learn that there's a lot of protocols that police have to follow in order for you to have something stick or to have a court case put against you. And now, luckily, ever since 2018, the decriminalization of cannabis in South Africa, it's quite the wild west out here actually. Like it's epic what's happening with the industry, especially where we're going now. I mean, the fact that this group of extraordinary cannabis gentlemen are sitting before you, like I'll call you the goat because you are. I mean, we've all learned a tremendous amount of your crazy good knowledge. The hemp wick will die with me till I die. So I mean, you're ingrained in my memory now since that day. So I
awesome.
appreciate you, yeah. And I mean, you're with cannabis, I could go on all night in terms of how much I love this plant and what it has done for me in terms of caring for this planet and really caring for the future of humans in terms of like seeing how bright the future was, where I feel like before I didn't have such an optimistic view, especially when the law didn't shine a light, or not that it shines a light on us now, but I mean, we penetrate any law because we will always find a way around it as resilient humans, because this is a true special plant with medicine that we will always find a way to get to other humans and community into everything. But then it's incredible the innovation now that is coming through with, I mean, all of us being aligned with Storm at the House of Extractions and the use of a freeze dryer now and how that has elevated the game of hash and rosin. I mean, starting to get, I mean, the light's a bit poor here, sorry. I'm like literally sitting in my garage and behind me is my grow tent, and my first grow tent that I've had now for 6 years plus, that is keeping my whole career going, you know, like that's my mother's, that's my baby's, that's the most important room in this house. But I mean, I don't know if you can see some of the nice.
Oh, I can see. Looks like a nice old piece of pumpkin pie.
Yeah. So this is a Mimosa Evo that also was gifted to me by your man Tiggs over there. Because one day I said to him, I need to get hold of a mimosa cut because I tasted it one day and it tasted like a bag of jelly sweets. And then Tiggs pulled through with a Mimosa Evo cut the one day. We traded cam gas cuts. I gave him a strawberry lemonade. I don't know where my strawberry lemonade came from because a friend of mine gifted it to me. And yeah, we've just in the network's been growing. The sharing of genetics between everyone has been incredible. I really think like the fire and the flavor that we are producing, because now we're really starting to utilize the South African environment and sun, especially that beautiful old sun and the harshness of it. I mean, we are producing some of the most fire that thanks to like your boys Mike, Slurp, House of Extractions, and everyone. Well, sorry, let me. And this is a Royal Limes from EML Emerald
Triangle.
Yeah. Also a cut that was gifted to me from mates out in Machalis that are also growers.
Shout out to Canna Chris.
Yeah, Canna Chris and Oaks that have been doing this in the industry now for like close to a decade and have put their lives like literally on the line. The sacrifices that Oaks have made. I mean, Oaks have been literally our one mate who doesn't live here anymore because unfortunately cannabis has just been throwing him a bit of a hard turn. This Oak made FAA in the house. He lived in a little like one-man apartment. He was growing in the other room and he made FAA in the kitchen of his kitchen, like where he slept. He was like had the fish like doing its thing because he was so dedicated to the craft that the man would live in the like
And stench of the
of the
KNF.
yeah. So like just a big shout out to like everyone in South Africa because it's a legacy industry that's also been going for longer than I've been alive, and we're really starting to produce just the ultimate fire.
Well,
And I'm gonna
we definitely want to go down that rabbit hole of discussing all of this stuff. I have so many awesome questions prepared, but let's just get through the introductions. Introduce your homie so you can tell his
Yes.
story really quick. By the way, I loved your story. I love the passion. I love the journey that you guys are on. What it shows me very clearly is that cannabis is consistent. It's like doing this over and over again. People are learning about it to fight pain and to fight inflammation and to fight, negative thoughts and PTSD. And there's so many different medicinal aspects of this plant that they have had to try very hard to bury and keep sort of hidden from the mainstream world. And that's just, that's a thing of the past. So yeah, let's finish up on the introductions.
There's my main man, Mike, at Forest Beard Farms.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so I guess my cannabis journey started back in 2012. When I started smoking, and funny enough, I used to smoke with my homies because we used to go out and get silly drunk, and we just stopped enjoying the stories that started getting told about us. So we started finding alternative things to do, and cannabis was one of those. And from 2012 to 2018, I pretty much smoked what in South Africa people most know as jat. And pretty much what that is pretty much imported weed that has been compressed beyond measure. Lots of stems. Sometimes you got it like, yeah, most of the time you smoked just to get high. And for me, I was smoking, and I was like, okay, I never really understood why people smoked cigarettes, because like they didn't taste nice at all. And I was like, okay, well, I understand now why people smoke cigarettes, because like I'm smoking this joint just to kind of get the medicinal value. Because I get really bad restless legs. So I used to smoke before bed, and all of a sudden my legs would just be calm. And ever since I was a kid, my restless legs would keep me up through the night for hours and hours and hours. And it's this unbearable type of pain that you get that's just, you have to almost keep your legs moving. So I discovered then for myself, cannabis was actually medicinal more than me just wanting to kind of smoke and get high. And then one day I got invited to my mate's 21st, and I bumped into Matt Burgess. We had been friends since high school, and we got separated in varsity and whatnot, and then rekindled back at my mate's 21st. And he pulled out a jar of blue cheese, and he was like, dude, do you wanna smoke this? And I smelt it. And at that time, I used to smoke a lot of Hubbly Bubbly, and there was a flavor called Blue Mix that was like really, really pungent and blue. I basically said to him like, dude, what have you done to this weed? Like, did you put sauce or you put something on this? Like the weed cannot smell like this. Like this is not weed. So he was like, dude, take a nug, go roll it up, and you can call me when it's rolled up. So I went to the car, rolled it up, and then I'm waiting for Matt to come to the car. And as he's walking down, he gets interrupted by a bunch of what people call butts, and they end up actually like picking on Matt. And one goes to shake his hand and doesn't let go of his hand, and another guy just starts like punching him. So I jumped out the car, ran, put myself between them. Long story short, got hit with a bottle. Got broken up, got staples and whatnot. But the next day I got a message from Matt, and he was like, hey, dude, thank you so much for helping. If you don't mind just coming through to my house, I've got like a package to give you just to say thank you. And I also messaged him being like, dude, I never got to smoke that blue cheese joint. Like, fuck, that was all I wanted to smoke. So eventually went to his house that afternoon, and he had a bag of cookies that he had made that were edible cookies. He had some THCA and a whole bunch of blue cheese and Chemdog. And he took me to the garage, and then he was like, let's smoke a joint. So we were smoking a blue cheese joint, and he shows me to the side, and he's got this tent with the clones. This garage we're in actually right now. He had a tent with the clones, and then he's like, "Yeah, this is the blue cheese clone, like what we're smoking." And I was like, I don't understand what do you mean it's the clone?" So then he opened up another tent where he had the blue cheese mother, and he's like, "I took a cut off of this and I plugged it there, and now you can see the roots." And I'm like, "Shit, so this must take like months." And he's like, "No, this is like, day 8." And I was like, "What the?" I was mind fucking blown. Then he was like, "No, look in this tent," and he opened up that tent, and it was the blue cheese flowering indoors. And he was like, it was the whole life cycle of it. I was just like, "This is fucking insane. This is wild." And then from there, I started like bunking work here and there. Luckily, I'm not working for those companies anymore, so I can't say that. But used to sneak out of work when I could. And I would call Matt and be like, "Do you need help cloning today? Do you need help composting? What do you need help doing?" And I'd come through and just observe him and watch him how he would do his cloning, how he would roll. He taught me how to roll and then how to trim. And then when you started harvesting and drying and all of those different processes. So I just got super obsessed with that. And over the course of like 2 years, I just kind of learned from him and learned from him. And then I was house sitting, or I was living with a roommate of mine, and we just built a cupboard, and we had a couple plants that Matt gave us, some blue cheese plants. So I grew a little indoor there for probably about a year. And then my parents went to Kruger Park, and it's like a really cool holiday destination, like safari vibes. But they asked me to house it. So I went there and I just planted 6 chemdog seeds. And I was like, fuck, if they cut them out, then they cut them out. But I'm just gonna plant it and just see what happens, like hidden hope type of vibe. And at that stage, we had found out that my mom had cancer. So I planted them and I said, "Look, once I got the stuff from Matt's mom, it was like the cream and the oil and all that. I just started giving that to my mom because she didn't want to get high, but she wanted the medicinal values and the topical values. So the chemo she was having, she lost all the skin on her hands, so her hands were raw. She was a hospice nurse, so she was just caring for patients without a doubt every single day. She didn't miss a day of work. But yeah, when she got diagnosed, the first thing she said was, "Now I can relate to my patients." And for me, like that was such a huge selfless thing. I don't have the brains to be a doctor or a nurse or anything like that, but I find I can still be a caretaker through this plant. And through that, she was given, she had colon cancer. She was given 3 years to live. And through the cannabis and all of that help, we gave her an extra 7 years. And that for me was just all I can hope to do is just to help give someone an extra minute, an extra day, an extra hour. And through the same process of that, they should be enjoying the experience of consumption. And I find from learning from Matt, I was saying to him, like, every person I got introduced to, I was just like, "Yo, no, like, we grow such good cannabis. Like, this guy, Matt, grows like the best weed." And he always interrupts me and goes, "Dude, I don't grow cannabis. I grow soil." And he's like, "As soon as you start understanding what that means, you'll start growing good cannabis as well." So then I went down the rabbit hole of living soil and KNF and Jadam and making my own ferments and down that whole rabbit hole. And I just started discovering that the market was missing terps. And I feel like a lot of people got the feeding down where they're getting the size right, they're getting the looks right, they're getting the certain visual expressions right, but then you taste it and it tastes good, for example, in a joint for the first, 3-4 pills, and then it's just standard cardboard terps. And I find the microbes from living soil and just keeping your soil system alive essentially really allows the plant to express in a way where you get the most ridiculous flavors out of some of these plants. So I ended up starting to do some small batch breeding just to kind of see what I could find. First 3 times I bred was unsuccessful. I just found a lot of really average stuff. Stuff that kind of made the mothers that were in like worse, all the same. And that was like, what's the point of breeding it? So then eventually I ended up finding a male, and I kind of just pollinated one little tiny head of the strawberry lemonade, and got 6 beans of it. And from that, I planted those, and I found a strain called that I ended up naming Pink Chappies. And just to kind of see if it was nice or not, I ended up entering it into a competition, and then ended up winning that competition with it. And yeah, that strain for me is almost it sets the bar for anything else that I would want to kind of create and kind of put out there. But yeah, for me, my whole journey and my whole story essentially is I picked cannabis because I'll die curious. I'll never be able to figure this plant out completely. And as soon as you do, there's a new cultivar, there's a new technology, there's new this, there's new that. So for me, this plant is going to carry me until I get to pass over. So I'm fucking excited about that.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you both for sharing, and I hope that you guys, use Hash Church as one of your sources for learning in the upcoming journey.
Most
Because,
definitely.
yeah, that last episode we did on aromatic volatile compounds was a banger. Like it was,
Mind-blowing.
it made me feel like I had no idea what was going on. In fact, it inspired me so much. And I don't know if you guys saw it or you remember Jeremy Plum. He had a couple of key things to say during that, but he spoke of a book by a guy by the name of Luca Turin, and it was called The Secret of Scent. And I just received my copy the other day.
Oh, wow, that's
So
awesome.
here, let me change it to this view. So just in case, yeah, there it is. The Secret of Scent, Adventures in Perfume and the Science of Smell. I suspect outside of cannabis, in the world of scent and aromatic volatile inebriants, that there are some pretty deep rabbit holes. And I have a feeling that a lot of our understanding, well, I've seen it already. A lot of our understanding of growing cannabis came from like the Dutch greenhouse world. So things that had already existed seem to become adopted by cannabis. Because cannabis is so late to the show, it was stunted, it was kept prohibited for so long, which I'm guessing it still kind of is. I want to finish up on the introductions, but I want to then go back into the legality and how it's perceived, and a little bit of the 2018 act there. So I'll let you guys pass it on to whoever you're choosing.
Yeah, I think we can pass the torch on to Clone Club. Mike, take the mic, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys? There's 3 mics here this evening. Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, it's good to see all you guys in the digital flesh. It's good putting a face to the name of House of Extractions and all you other gentlemen. I've got to say, I'm very excited to kind of be part of the clan and the guild. Every time Storm chats to me, he's got something exciting in the works, and it's very exciting for me to kind of start being a part of that. So yeah, from my side, I've been in the industry for 9 years or so. Industry is also not really the right word to use because a lot of it's for personal or for culture and that. But I've been basically exposing myself to the plant for about 9 years. And how it's kind of evolved over time is predominantly I'm an indoor cultivator. That's where my strengths lie. But I find that over the years, it's kind of evolved into where the passion is focused on the genetic side of things. And what's become important for me over these years is to be able to share those genetics with people. And I love the versatility of the plant. I love the fact that everyone is different. I can come to any of you guys with something that I consider the most beautiful strain I've come across in my years, and half of you will hate it and half of you will love it. And that's what I like about the plant, is that it's about where does this thing tick people's boxes subjectively and objectively. And basically that leads me to my next point, that I find that there's an attraction for me to get into the breeding side of things, very specifically for my own personal project, but largely for what washes well, what comes out well when it's extracted. And that's basically where I see my next ventures becoming exciting and challenging, and at least allows me to be part of this guild. So yeah, short and sweet, that's where I'm at the moment, and we're very excited to see where those boxes get ticked.
Are you producing genetics for friends and for the South African people, or is that not really allowed yet? Or
So that's it's actually a very good question. So for the people tuning in, South Africa is still very much a controlled market when it comes to cannabis. The only licenses out there are for medical cultivation and export, but there's obviously ways around that, and there's a culture growing around that, where it's just so overwhelmingly available that there's not really any pressure from the higher powers on controlling it and putting people through the same experience that Matt there has gone through. So it's a case of, with the genetics, I have a very big loophole that if there's no THC, there's no problem, basically. If someone really wanted to make my life difficult, they probably could. But the loophole stands that THC is what is regulated. So if you're anything less than, I think it's 0.03 or whatever, tests lower than that, then it's not a controlled product. And obviously the legalities are evolving every day. There's talks of anything under 14% being unregulated, down the line. So, but every day is different, and you can't really keep up with what the government and Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health is kind of chatting about and trying to mold into what the future holds. But from my side, yeah, basically I'm a bit of a blend of selling to craft growers, home growers, let's call it that. People growing for themselves, well as I guess larger scale growers for production. What we aim to do is create a licensed nursery that allows us to sell to the medical facilities, because they aren't allowed to purchase anything unless it's fully trackable and traceable and registered with the Department of Agriculture. So as it currently stands, breeding and cloning for myself, as well as for the home grower and the production grower. Breeding, however, is very much on the low side. I'll probably get, let's call it 50 beans every 6 months that I play around with. But that's what the capacity I have allows me to do now. So it keeps it interesting, but there is room to kind of expand on that if I'm seeing demand and cool. Well, we really like this strain. Can we kind of improve it? Can we take this washing strength of this one and mix it with the terpene strength of that one? So yeah, basically always got a little bit of a matrix going about what strengths I have available in my arsenal and what I can combine to maybe tick some boxes on any personal requests.
I'm very happy to assist you and lend a helping hand in that journey anytime you need it, mate.
That would be absolutely fantastic. I think that's going to be the first thing we start building a relationship on.
100%.
Am I correct in saying you are Senpai Genetics?
Senpai Genetics, yes, out of South Africa.
Senpai Genetics, perfect. Good to know. Yeah, I'm very lucky. I've been following you guys for a while.
Yeah, same.
Doing the good work, you guys. Doing the good work. It's important. It needs to be done in all these different countries that are all at different sort of maturities with their legalization. You guys are super early on. I look forward to hearing more about the sort of legality, the regulations, how it's all sort of forming. I kind of have an idea, but I'd like to hear it from the horse's mouth. And I figure we should finish off with AJ Stander.
Hey guys, so I'm from Verify. We do testing. So our main goal is to verify breeders and to make their strains their strains. I'm tired of Europe coming here and stealing our shit. So we go into the DNA of the plant. We make a database with the growers and the facilities. We make sure that everything is verified and the potency is tracked. So on the medical side in South Africa, there isn't really that much of a structure yet. The best way to state it is the only industry we have is the private industry. So I'm working with a licensed nursery with the Department of Agriculture. They're not Section 21, but they have a lot of strains in their bank. We have a lot of diversity. We try to keep things clean. This is Dacha Pharmacy. They're based in Lanseria and in the Paarl. Legality in the country is a bit slow, but things are rolling. But I think if we keep it private, we keep it quiet, we can get an industry going. Future goals would be to do metabolics and proteomics on cannabis to help cancer patients and chronic illness patients. to get them treatments specified to their illnesses. So we will be making strains for patients, by patients. Now that's basically me in a nutshell. I started my journey in around 2019. I bumped into Shiva from my local Rasta. He just handed me a pamphlet. He was like, go check out this place. Then I started hanging out at Shiva since I was like 16, very illegally. They were like, why are you here? Why are you not leaving? I'm like, no, I'm interested. I want to be here. And yeah, long story short, 20 now, I went to Shiva. And yeah, the people I've met along the way have been the most amazing people I've like ever met in my life.
Wow, incredible. I definitely want to hear more about Chiba. Should have had someone representing with for them. Maybe on the next South African special of Hash Church, we can get some Chiba representatives. It sounds like Chiba is like kind of
What I can
Go ahead.
basically what I can fill in for you is you can ask Storm or myself to kind of give you a quick rundown of what Chiba does. I mean, Mags was supposed to join and he might join in a bit later, but what it is it's an educational hub run by Trenton, Linda, and Mags, and a few other individuals. They've gone about building it like a true university. There's a board of directors of experts from all around the country, legitimate medical experts, agricultural experts, people that are involved with government. They do I think now they actually have a higher accreditation. If I'm not mistaken, they actually take in students for government program on like a longer agricultural program for bud tending and actual a longer kind of growing cannabis for hemp and medicinal purposes, because there is a lot of government investment with regards to I would say probably more the concentrate side than they allow for the flower side. There's a ton of edibles and tinctures and CBD products, even a couple THC products that they allow to be sold legally, whereas the dispensaries that are selling products are kind of selling in a gray area, you know. As I said, as Mike said earlier on, like the market's been underground for so long that kind of when we were let out into the light, it just exploded. Kind of, it was, if you were not drinking, you were smoking in high school. It was one or the other or both. It was easily accessible. Other Mike mentioned Jut. That was something that you could go get for a couple US cents from a guy under a bridge. It was just enough to get started on, and was literally, as AJ mentioned, his local Rasta. There was someone on a corner selling weed somewhere. I mean, you could find it as a youth. I wouldn't, advocate for that, but I can promise you now, almost all of us hit it near 14, 15. Like as soon as you were allowed to start walking out on your own, you were able to kind of get access to marijuana. And so with some people it stuck, it became medicinal. I think a lot of us ended up being like a diagnosed ADHD or hyperactive or something, or anxiety issues, which kind of, I think it has the strongest pull on individuals, myself included, and then even with pain later on in life. So I think government's trying to figure out where they can, like how they're going to do this, right? They can't put it along the syntax route. They can't put it along the medicinal route because there's too much outcry from the recreational side. I propose they do some form of a green tax that's not outrageous, and I'll let Storm kind of continue the explanation of how Chiba has an impact on the community in the country and kind of on the continent.
Yeah, I mean, the House of Extractions has been involved with Chiba since Chiba itself started. We both started in 2020. So I've been working alongside them just on the extraction side of things, helping educate people on solvent-based and solventless. But Chiba does they do a lot of really good work. And, if it wasn't for the work that they do, we all wouldn't have come together. They are very proactive in ensuring that the rights of the legacy farmers in more underprivileged areas, like underprivileged rural areas who have been supporting their communities on cannabis for generations, they are now severely impacted by the let's call it decriminalization, or as the legalities are loosening up. We are pushing very hard to ensure that the legacy farmers don't get cut out of the system, and more alternatively, or more better, get empowered through it. And that's that's in a nutshell what Chiba does. I am independent of them, so I can only tell you so much. But I can not speak more highly of them.
Wonderful. So, how has this Cannabis for Private Purposes Act of 2024 impacted, the guild's operations and the broader cannabis industry in South Africa? What's that all about?
Well, the law is we have got the right to cultivate and consume in the privacy of, or in private spaces. So whether it's a private rental space for residential purposes or a workspace or whatever, the sale of THC remains illegal, but CBD is completely legal and unregulated. So you can get CBD in any supermarket, anywhere, all over the show. But the THC is not no bueno.
Yeah, you got to protect the children from that stuff, man. It's dangerous, They're so afraid of getting high. It's incredible. And you know what I always loved about Skunkman Sam is that he always fought equally as hard for people just to get high as he did for people to use cannabis and have cannabis accessible as a medicine. And I kind of remember he was one of the first people to be like, to sort of put it into perspective, because I was even sort of falling into the sort of, I don't want to say virtue signaling, but just the this is the most important for the patients. And then my mind was like, oh, wait a minute. Everyone's patients. There's just some that are sicker than others. And so, I'm sure Etienne must have learned that lesson 30 years ago or whatever.
Well, I learned that a long time ago.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Oh, since you brought up Skunk Man Sam, I'm actually smoking the first of the David grown in my hand. This is Haze by Northern Lights by Shiva Skunk. And he asked that his ashes be grown. And I'm actually smoking the first batch of David grown cannabis. So since you said that, I had to say that, as well as
That's epic.
Hold on. Another gentleman reached out lately and made these wonderful patches. You may have gotten them. Adam Miller.
Awesome. Yeah.
And he also made these cool hats for us too, in Skunk Man Sam's memory. But shout out to you cats, because I work with Myrtle Clark at the international level, with Fields of Green for All, and been representing South Africa at the United Nations. So mad respect for y'all and what you do there. And I look forward to meeting you all, hopefully in October. I will be there for the Myrtle's Fest as a celebrity judge. So I look forward to sharing handshakes, hugs, and smokes with you all. Or vapors, if you so choose.
Yep. Look forward to meeting you there. We'll definitely see you there.
Yeah, definitely.
We should do
We're
Hash
looking
Church
forward
from
to
there,
it.
Marcus. That would be pretty epic to actually do it from a competition in South Africa.
Well, maybe in a perfect world, I'll be there with you, Etienne.
Come,
Need to make it
yes.
happen, Marcus. Yeah.
Keep you guys flying high, you know, you guys will get off the plane and just stay well lit.
That is honestly usually how it happens. I'm not gonna lie.
Standard
There has
procedure.
been many an airport session upon landing in many a different country. I think the last really good airport session I did was in Mallorca, landing in Mallorca, and this dude just had the full rig, torch, everything in his car, in airport parking. I was just like,
Let
all
us know
right,
when you arrive in Johannesburg and we'll have it ready for you, I promise.
Yeah.
there we go. There we go.
Absolutely.
After
There
the
we
long
go.
flight, we'll be ready. We'll be very deficient in cannabinoids.
And we've got a place, we got accommodation for you as well.
Oh, beautiful. I got a question in regards to this sort of, I guess you could say it's been decriminalized, like private cannabis use. This is in
Yeah.
2018. And then you've
Yes,
got
yeah,
the 2020.
2017, 2018, yeah, yes,
Yeah, then you got
2018.
your 2024 legislation. So how has that sort of influenced the cultural perception of cannabis within South African communities?
Hugely. I can just speak from myself. My own mother was very, very anti-cannabis, and as the laws changed and more of her social circle were eating like edibles, infused gummies or whatever. Now my mom is a pretty regular, like on the weekends, edible consumer. So it's completely changed, I think. And I don't think that is a story that is unique to me. I think many people have experienced a very similar sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the other guys have to say there.
It sounds like absolute. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm not too familiar in terms of the newest legislation because I don't foresee it being like so public. I think like the private use is what AJ was saying is the only way, just in the sense that you have the constitutional right to a private club, whatever that private club be, and the government cannot stop that constitutional right. So I mean, the club could be a knitting club, it could be an alcohol club, it could be any club, you know. So what Oaks have very cleverly done has most of them have got a lawyer because a lawyer he knows the gift of the gab, and they're operating in the private space with some clubs are doing it very like I said, it's the Wild West out here. So a lot of clubs are doing it the way that it should be done. To even get into the back door space, you have to sign a consent membership form. Once that consent form is signed and you've got it, you're allowed access into that space, and whatever happens within that space is free to happen in that space. But a lot of clubs are also just acting where you can walk in and they've got like literally written on a hand piece of paper the genetics that they've got on hand to sell in pre-rolled tubes, and you're buying it under the counter, but over the counter. So it's yeah, like I think a lot of people are feeling quite comfortable to buy cannabis because there's literally I want to say like a dispensary because there's shops and they're selling cannabis flower, but in every single shopping center. I mean, some shopping centers nowadays almost have two in them. I think there was a stat that there's over 2,000 shops in South Africa at the moment, and that's growing exponentially. But yet the law is not open to knowing exactly what you can or can't do. So when I chat to shop owners, because I'm very curious to know what's happening, because being a passionate grower and wanting this to be my career where I make a living, I can't just be risking my life because now how and where is that money coming from and stuff like that. But the the shop owners that give you that peace of mind that they're doing it with the pretense of a lawyer, a membership form, a constitution, it becomes quite interesting because then it is just a business at the end of the day. So it's not just you getting some weed from underneath the bridge like you used to. But although that still happens, so our black market has a black market because our market is black market. There is no legit market, but yet there is somewhat of a legit market because you can get a medical card, but it's very painstaking. And then the quality of that cannabis is a little bit unknown in the sense of where is it coming from, but there is, yeah, it's
Yeah, that's where like I think regulation needs to kind of step in, just in a sense of making sure the quality of the product is consumable. Because I think the biggest problem with SA right now is it's a race to the cheapest price. And so everywhere you go, everyone wants to buy it at the cheapest price. No one's testing it, and no one's looking at the quality of the grow and the quality of the actual medicine, if it is medicine at
Absolutely.
that point. And the
And can
price
I just
point
add on to
is,
that?
yes, yeah, please.
Onto that, I think a big issue is a lot of the medical facilities that are not, they are not, they're supposed to be cultivating for international offtake, but they lose their offtake and then they send all their stuff out the back door, and it floods the local market with good quality bud at really low prices. So all the independent growers and the, like, cultivators like yourself are forced to push their price down. And, when you are cultivating, I think, a higher quality product or higher quality flower than many of the facilities that I have come across. So that's my 2 cents on that. Man.
That if guys are like failing the test to send it overseas, because Oaks have licensed facilities with offtake agreements, and it's not good enough to come overseas, why is it good enough for our markets? But that's also where something like it's beautiful with like a place like Chiba stepping in and trying to facilitate a learning environment for.
But now is it the problem? Is the problem now that your SAPRA regulations do not meet the EU regulations? So we grow and meet our standards, but then you try and ship it overseas, and they're like, "Listen, these are the new stipulations. You didn't make it." And then you have to pay to have it shipped as well. You're working at a loss, and then you've put all your money in that crop because of load shedding and things like that. People put a lot of money into like generators and solar and things like that. So they really rely on that crop to work. So if it can't meet that offtake, it's better to at least go at 1/3 of the price, because the amount of quantity they have, that at least gets them to make another run and try the next time. But I think a lot of these guys try the first time and go, shit, this cash is pretty fucking nice. Why don't we just do this? And then you pay someone to run the books. So it gets complicated. I think ego is just one of the biggest issues here, and then a lack of regulation from us getting hyped in 2018 about the rec market coming to play and about people being able to get real medicine, and we're still kind of waiting.
Can I interject quickly? So basically, we're allowed to consume in our personal capacity, but we're not allowed to buy it anywhere because no one's allowed to sell it. So you're allowed to grow at home, and that's why they've kind of used a bit of a medical kind of like experimental Section 21. You can kind of do that drug, or the club model where you can go and do what you want in that private space. So they generally find growers to grow for people that can't grow, and you go there and you can consume it, right? And then because they don't kind of see THC as medicinal, unfortunately. But because dispensaries have mushroomed absolutely everywhere, they can't kind of control it. And I've had clients, because I'm kind of walking into every dispensary saying, guys, I've got some accessories. Do you want to buy? And they're like, cool, we want this accessory. And I see you have a dab device. Cool. And what's the best thing to smoke through that? And I'm like, okay, cool. You should really try solventless. They're like, well, where do we get solventless? Because I get solventless like this. And then they show me that. And I'm like, oh my God, no. That's not solventless. Please don't call that solventless. That looks like an atrocity. I don't know where you got that. And I went to Storm at House of Extractions, and I'm like, please, dude, you need to kind of give me a framework as to what good rosin is, good hash is. And so I can go and tell these guys when I'm talking to them as to like, look, you need to look at in this direction, talk to this person, and he'll tell you exactly kind of this is what's considered live hash rosin. This is what's considered Moroccan hash, because people were like, oh, look, here's piatella. And you're like, okay, cool. I'll spend a fortune on that. Meanwhile, it was at best 3 or 4 star hash, and they were trying to sell it off as piatella. But people didn't know any better. And there's no kind of regulatory body to say otherwise. So I kind of went to Storm and said, like, dude, please can you put like the best people together to kind of create this body where we can, if we say it's 6 star, it is 6 star. If we say it's 1 star, it's 1 star. And if we've created it and it's 1 star, then, we stand by it. Like, everybody in this group is an ethical grower, seller, producer in their own right,
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. And I think one thing I can add on to what you're saying about the facilities is, when the law was passed in 2018, it was on the Department of Medicine that regulated it. So medical cannabis is legal to cultivate and consume with a prescription, but then it's incredibly difficult to get that prescription and whatever, and the sale still remains illegal in South Africa. So all of our offtake goes to Europe and whatever. But I think what needs to happen for the rec market to come online is like a secondary tier of licensing that is like on the Department of Agriculture. So it's more treated as a food substance and not so tightly regulated as the medical facilities. And we still have that, that medical facility, tier facility for the people who need it. But I think education is the key thing here. Many people, as you say, don't really know 6 star full melt, cold cured live hash from like a 4 star dried hash. Some people can't tell bubble hash from dry sift. They just buy what they're told, which I think is, which is fine if people are telling them accurate information. And there's people that can ensure that, people are maintaining a high quality. Yo, look at that beautiful stuff. Hey, Marcus? Jeez.
Nice.
6 star.
Gorgeous.
I get cotton mouth just looking at that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dude, it's ridiculous. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
Oh my God. The only real problem with hash like this is even trying, like, if you just open it a tiny little bit and try to take a picture, like 1,000 hairs will just like fly out of the atmosphere, like being just sucked towards the hash. And I don't know how many of you know this, but if you understand the static process, the static sifting of using your hand, this is the Skunkman Sam old school method. This is one of Logan's gloves. You can see that he's attracted all of these glandular trichome heads to the glove. And that's because of the static energy. And so I have shown this video before, but I'll try to show it again. And it's basically shows how you can charge your product. I hope I didn't. Oh yeah, there it is right there. So let me just share this real quick. I'll try to share it with sound as well. This is in my lab, and this is me showing that once you press rosin, it becomes statically charged. So leaving it out on a table is not a very good idea, because it's literally like a tractor beam pulling contamination off your clothes, out of your head, out of the air, dust, debris, hair, everything. And
So here we are showing you that the rosin is statically charged. You see as the finger gets closer to it, it moves towards the finger, exactly. And if we put the finger on the other side, we can get the rosin to move over this way with a static charge.
so how fucking crazy is that? When you understand that your rosin is statically charged, you might not want to leave it out on the table, even just for a little bit while you saunter across to the other side of the lab. It also makes you want to protect yourself and your rosin from you. If you're a hairy motherfucker, cover that shit up. You know, don't have a beard all over it. Like, you gotta wear the gear to protect. And then finally, what I do with this in the lab, what I do is I roll them into 50-gram balls, the rosin. So I might press, 5 or 6 kilos worth, and then I'll roll them all into 50-gram balls, and I might leave them for the next day in the freezer or whatever. And then I'll take the trays out one by one, and they'll start cooling as I do sort of the cleanup in the morning and get everything going. I could take these balls out, and I'll take them and I'll hit them between, it's on an old D-nail press I got from Brian from D-nail. And it's a 15-inch, all it is really is a t-shirt press, exactly. And he just modified it by adding a secondary PFD that so he could heat both the plates, not just the top. So he had both his plates were heated. I barely turn it on to like 100 degrees or something. And then I'd smash these 50-gram balls, and they'd become the size of a record and maybe a little bit thinner. Parchment paper on both sides. And then I would put them over a light box, a very bright box that I would lay the rosin on top of. And what I would see is any contamination whatsoever. And that's what's required once you get into a strictly, hardcore regulated framework of being able to sell and buy cannabis. So it's definitely like you want to fight for it, but while you're fighting for it, look at countries that have already done it and prepare yourself for what's coming. So if you're in a lab and you're making hash, like, try to up your level to wearing GPP, to, protecting and creating a lab that is as clean as possible, so that when the regulatory framework does come in, and if it's federal and it's your countrywide legalization, it will be an intense regulatory framework, especially if it's initially for medical. The beautiful thing that all of you guys, is that you're all on the winning side. It is inevitable that you will win everything that you are wanting in regards to cannabis legalization in your country. It's a no-brainer. Pandora's box has already been opened, and it's just leaking out from one country to the next. And people are like, hey, well, this guy's made another $900 million in taxes for their country. They did this, they did that. They're having cannabis be accessible in your country is just a no-brainer. People drink less alcohol. They seem to just, society is better off when they have access to cannabis. And if people can come from the foundation of the importance of medical cannabis, and you realize, oh, this person has cancer, this person has, multiple sclerosis, you just want to either, like the gentleman earlier said, give some days, give some minutes, give some years, or, increase the caliber of the last days that they have, increase that quality. And that becomes so important when you're fighting for that activism. And then at one point, for me, I shifted and I realized, whoa, everyone, like Brownie Mary, right? Like, it's all cannabis use is medicinal. And you realize, damn, and Skunkman Sam always said that as well. You realize that fighting for everyone's, you realize that it's insane to fight harder for someone who got sick than to someone who you could help from getting sick. You fight equally as hard for both of them. And so that is where Skunkman Sam opened up my mind to just sort of fight for the right to enjoy the side effects of cannabis, because there are medicinal aspects of that going on in the background, regardless of your ignorant judgment can't see that. So that's what I'll say about that.
No, I always say to people, like, you can't tell me that if you smell a certain jar and it gives you goosebumps and you start smiling, like that's already improved your day and you haven't even smoked it yet. Like terps have so much medicine to it just in itself, besides
Dude.
everything else combined, you know?
Yeah, man. It's the secret of the scent.
Yes. Right there.
You guys should yeah, one of you guys in the guild should try and get this book and bring it to, if all of this is about terpenes and volatile organic compounds, then there's a lot of learning that we have to do in those subjects. And I'm guessing the rabbit hole goes extremely deep when you get into the French perfumery companies, the companies that have been dealing with essences and flavor profiles for 100 or 200 plus years. It's it's a rabbit hole I'm super excited to jump down.
Terpenes and the way they mix and like combine together, the different entourage effects that you get. I mean,
Well, yeah, and they're not just terpenes. We've been calling them terpenes, but there's esters and thiols and thiolates and aldehydes, and there's all these other components that are in there that we first have to be able to perceive. We have to learn the linguistics, i.e. the names of these compounds. And that's really what our last show on the aromatic volatile compounds. If you didn't watch it, I urge each and every one of you to spend the 3 to 4 hours to listen to at least that particular episode, because it went very deep. Some brilliant people from the hops industry, which has taken the aromatic volatile compound journey to a very far level, further than most. I think probably the only further would be, you know, these French chemists that have been, you know, designing and creating flavor profiles and fragrances for hundreds of years. I think yeah, I'm so excited to bump in and to just crack open this book and read it. It's too bad I can't read the letters because they're too small. No, I'm just joking. Cracking an old guy joke. I'm 52, damn it. My eyes are on their way out. But
my
yeah,
eyes are worse than yours.
right? Well, you know what? That's the thing, right? If you got the glasses, then you're all good. But my wife tries to get me to use readers. I put them on and looked at this book the other day, and I was just like, "Oh my God, that's like I'm 20 years old again." But I can't go down that path, because when you take readers off after like 5 minutes, then you're like you can't see at all, and I'm just not willing to sacrifice what little eyesight I have left for the greater good of being able to see words on a page.
I'll get the headache.
Yeah. It's just better magnification for looking at trichomes.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a copy of that book. I'm gonna look tonight. I'll see if we can get it in South Africa.
Yeah, I ended up buying a used copy because it was cheaper. But yeah, The Secret of Scent by Luca Turin, Adventures in Perfume and the Science of Smell. Just a lot of cool things. I'm looking very forward. Thank you, Jeremy, for I'm always learning. I'm always listening. You know, when I'm hosting Hash Church, I'm always listening and looking to learn more of what's going on. So it sounds like you guys kind of have a Spain thing going on with these private clubs. Maybe they haven't quite moved as advanced as Spain. You know, they have menus, they have like a little wicket right in the place that you go and you can just buy hash and extracts. Can you get hash and extracts as well at these clubs? Or yeah, it's not just cannabis flowers.
I would say it's hit or miss. Some clubs are like more modern, I can call it, with the times, and they'll have an array of the best extracts in the country, but then other clubs will not keep the best stock. But funny thing also is like we're doing like this club system and a dispensary system. There's like some people just have a shop in a mall where you can go in and just walk up to a counter and purchase flower. Other places you have to sign up, become a member, go upstairs.
A lot of online clubs too.
Oh, what's that? You froze up.
Like this Spain. Yeah, a lot of clubs. Yeah, a lot of online clubs.
Online clubs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the club scene in Spain sure blew up I missed Germany this year, so it's been about a year since they announced legalization. It would have been nice to see what kind of clubs they have going on, but I was amazed at the level of investment that the clubs in Barcelona, in particular, did, and how big it grew. While the LaGuardia clearly doesn't like it, clearly doesn't like cannabis. They're still definitely get harassed if you're smoking that out in public in any way, shape, or form. Get arrested, get charged with possession. Some of the clubs become too popular during parts of the year, like during Spanibus, and that will inspire LaGuardia to do searches where they'll just hang out down the block around the corner, waiting for people to leave. And so, the clubs kind of have these sort of still bit of a heavy overtone, a little bit of a black market vibe, where it's like if you go to leave and the guy's like at the door, he'll put his hand on the door like, no, we got to look. They make sure no one's on the street. Now it's like, okay, you can go. And if you leave, the last fucking thing they want you to do is hang out anywhere near the front of the club. They're like, get the fuck out of here the minute you leave. So it's still got this sort of intense vibe. It's the beautiful thing about cannabis is it's the most enjoyable when you're not paranoid. People are like, oh, cannabis makes you paranoid. I'm like, no, prohibition makes you paranoid. That is a fucking scary bitch. Weed itself is super mellow and fun, but when you incorporate it with like, what's going on? There's cops out in the street. Oh, they're searching people. And that vibe I experienced so many times in Barcelona, not as much in the early years, but as it grew in popularity and became more and more and more, the prices are steep there. And, people in the rest of the world see that if they see a new market that pops up, like I'm sure if, in Barcelona where the hash was well priced, where shops were paying 40 euros a gram wholesale for like full mouth Piatella or some of the really nice live hash rosins, well, people from all over the world who knew they could make that product would go there with it. And so they go there with it. And now there's murmurs that that's happening, and the police don't like that either. Like that's a point of contention where they're made to look foolish at the border because it's easily getting in. And so, right now, I'm sure even in Canada, definitely North America, there's a lot of product that goes out to Europe right now because it's kind of a newer market. It's still not 100% legal. It's kind of black market enough to, I guess, request a higher dollar amount, create a higher margin. To me, the highest margin of cannabis was always during the most prohibitive times. The places where it was the most prohibitive was the places where it was the most expensive. And that was one of my favorite things to sever with legalization, or at least the perception of legalization or decriminalization, where you could kind of just make it more affordable. Even though I will say here in Canada, the gummy situation is out of control. How much you have to pay to get 10 milligrams into you is such a small amount. And I get that, I don't eat 100 milligrams myself, and most people don't. So I'm not saying, all gummies and all edibles should be available in 100 and 200 and 500 milligrams, although I do believe they should. They should also be available in 1s and 2s and 5s and 10s and all of that. But in Canada, we have limitations. They don't want to sell, I think now you can buy 10 milligram gummies, which is 100 milligrams in a pack. And you were not able to do that for the last 10 years of legalization here in Canada. So it's slow going. I always heard a story that it took almost 25 years to be able to put a sign in the window that said beer sold here after alcohol prohibition ended in North America. So you can imagine 25 fucking years. I see you shaking your head at you. I know, it's like, holy shit. Sometimes we're so slow. Well, what's everyone puffing on? I feel like you guys should be representing.
Yeah, so
right here we have some blue sushi.
Some blue sushi?
Some blue sushi.
Okay, yeah. What's the nose on that?
The nose fruity gas and an almost old school gelato to it on top.
Very
Ooh,
unique flavor.
That's what mine
That's
was.
that sushi, yeah.
very nice.
This is also some Citradelic Sunset.
Citradelic Sunset.
Yeah, from the homies at Ethos.
Yeah, this is extreme citrus, like pure citrus. It's lovely.
That citradelic, is there any chance it's from us? We've got a cut moving around at the moment. Not our one, eh?
I don't think it's the same cut. No, this one was hunted from seed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we went through about 10 seeds of theirs, and all of the terps were pretty consistent. So it's like I can smell that strain through the screen. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable, the strength and the complexity of that profile. So I can
Yeah, it's
there we go.
beautiful.
That's
Yeah,
your
we have
Storm's got a
Citradelic
little
Sunset there.
This is the
Oh,
orange
beautiful.
velvet.
So I think the thing is we've had such a strong like indoor underground for so long. Basically, I've always paid 150 Rand, which would be $10, which is short of $10 for you guys, since I was 20. So 20 years ago. Like indoor for a gram has always cost 150 Rand. And now, obviously, with inflation, it obviously costs less. But I think the biggest appeal for like the South African market would be for the cannabis connoisseur, because we've got such good weed by such good growers. We have people like Mike at Clone Club, and who like goes out of his way to hunt down some international strains to bring in to give to the local guys to let them do their thing. And people like Tiggs then get hold of that, and like who's been working on like the South African sun, which is a big problem for the hemp guys, because they bring in Northern Hemisphere hemp seeds, and we've got such good sun, it tips it over that 0.2% mark or whatever it's supposed to be, and then is no longer kind of considered viable for that. So like we've got long-standing connoisseurs, and they've been perfecting their art for a very long time. Now they just get to come out of the shadows and show everybody like what they've been working on. So I think that would be kind of the biggest appeal, is come to South Africa if you want to try some amazing weed that you didn't think was possible,
And I'll give you some really cool genetics.
So here's a question for you guys in the breeding aspect of South Africa. Are you all growing indoors? Are you taking advantage of the actual terroir?
No, we're growing under the African sun, boy. But a lot of us are growing indoors as well. There's a huge indoor growing culture from prohibition. But we have got a very, very turbocharged sun in summertime down here under the African sky, and we definitely, I don't know a person who's not taking advantage of that if they've got the space.
Green door. When I have to buy retail, I buy green door, because I know it's the power of our sun and substitution lighting.
Well, to me, that's where your authenticity lies. If you can access the terroir of the country and then get certain genetics to express themselves based on that terroir, you can find and create something that's unique to South Africa. I think that was always the value of each sort of country and each terroir that was going to come on to legalization. I mean, here in Canada, they have in the legal market, you can buy Moroccan hash and Lebanese and Afghanistan, and it's all just hash made in Canada. And I'm like, well, you can't call it that. What you should say is Lebanese style or inspired by Lebanese techniques. And then it pays homage, it shows respect, instead of like taking and deceiving. And so the terroir is the thing that nobody can, you guys can create a genetic that becomes world famous, but no one will be able to grow it like you do under the sun,
like
that it was bred.
Myself and Matt have done a lot of growing weeds. We definitely both started outdoor, and then I've kind of moved towards greenhouse. But one thing we've noticed is strains typically like from companies like Humboldt Seed Company. They seem to thrive outdoors here. We get some massive trees from breeders that are breeding under the sun as well. So I
Mm.
think if you're a grower and you're bringing beans in, especially like some of the guys that went to Spannabis, I think it's really important to know how the bean was created and where it was created. Because, for example, like myself and Matt have been growing the blue cheese in different locations, and every single run we'll bring back the blue cheese, and you can taste it's the blue cheese, but they're both so different, both absolutely delicious, but both so different, just from the different soil, the different terroir of the area that we're growing in. And I'm now currently going to be moving through to Pretoria from Joburg. So I'm really excited to experience the terroir there, especially after having some strains for 5 to 7 years, growing them under the Joburg sun. Pretoria's got a little bit of a more intense heat climate, but yeah, I think the team I'm there with is going to be quite fire. Shout out to Duncan's Dope.
Yeah, Matt, you've reminded me of a very good point there, of different plants growing in different, better in the environments that they came from or were bred in. And we do a lot of R&D outside just to improve our own personal cultivation. So obviously we want to get better every time. And we actually found that there was a pretty solid relationship between the nutrients that these plants were bred with when pheno hunting them. So a very good example was I was a big user of the greenhouse powder feeding from Greenhouse Seed Co. And I just found that I went away from it for a little bit when I was doing some R&D runs, and I did some pheno hunting of their seeds. So King's Tart, Exodus cheese was the one, Franco's lemon cheese. And then when I went back to the greenhouse feeding regime with their genetics on, they performed much better. And I kind of applied that in my pheno hunting in the future. So anything generally from America, I'll find that if they're using Athena, I'll pheno hunt with the Athena to really see what expresses it better. And basically it was a 10 out of 10 kind of approach. Every time you've linked the nutrient regime from the breeder, they perform better, like by a fairly decent amount.
Yeah. I think there's also been some breeders, like for example, Confi, someone who's been bringing in a lot of genetics that most of us could never dream of affording, crossing them and then selling them at the most affordable price, where we end up finding some of the most crazy fire. And essentially, he's just taking work from, call it, two different American companies that they're not willing to collab on. So he'll just collab it and create some crazy fire. And I've seen a lot of his stuff starting to perform really well, from going from international to South African crossed and then reintroduced back into South African climate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was like what Mr. Bubbleman was saying. He's not taking it from them. He's giving his style on it, which is exactly what's
100%.
happening. And
It's like the
he's doing the
signature
best.
move.
He's doing the
Yeah.
best job of it. Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I think
what's
about
up.
speaks to just honoring the roots, eh?
Well, I'm interested because, your roots and of course historically are known. Durban poison, Swazi, which is some of my favorite genetic, I think, of all times, and of course you spoke earlier on how those were stolen, right? They came in, stole them, because that's how I was able, the first thing that I grew was Durban poison in 1989. Okay, so I've always had a fondness for, but I've also watched, cultures get picked clean of their cannabis and then have to reintroduce Dutch or American genetics. So are there people pheno hunting for land races, or are there any land races still there, or are they all gone? Have they been stolen completely?
There's quite a lot, and there's actually quite a lot of guys doing a lot of work with the land races. There's also
Yeah,
a strain
preserving
that's
them
also
as well.
local. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of a strain overseas that side called Roy Bart. It's quite a local legend that's been around for many, many, many years. There's quite a few guys that are trying to breed some of the new school with that to try and find the middle ground. But what I think with a lot of those landrace strains is they are just so overpowering from just dominating the landscape of consistent, just open pollination to the point where it dilutes out the market over years and years and years to a point until we stepped in and started shifting and shaping the cultures of it. So for us to try and take something new school and put it on that old school, it needs to be absolutely fucking banging fire for it to even compete. Or you need to have space to go through 2,000 beans to find that one outlier where you kind of go, are you sure these are the parents? Like, whose child is this? Like, that's the outlier that you want to find when you're pheno hunting. Like, I don't want to rename another parent. Like, I want to taste the parents, but then I want to find that kid that's like, ooh, no mom, no dad there, but maybe somewhere. Yeah, who are you? But I want to keep you, but who are you?
So like yeah, and the way that Mike's saying was like if you have the space is becomes a big thing. So I've been gifted seed like quite recently when I started growing, so like 2017. That's Malawi Gold, Swazi, some Durban Poison, and then like we grew it out and we grew out what we thought. Well, I still would have to have it tested in like the lineage to back it up. But we grew what was the Durban Poison seed I was gifted, and I mean it literally smelled like
cat piss. It was
yeah, like
straight cat piss. It was
so
horrible.
we didn't think to keep it or anything like that. I've still got the seeds. So for me now, it would be I'm just keeping those seeds safe so that when I do have the space or I do have the
But almost like a string of pearls. Like it didn't form much nug at all. It was very, very land racy. And like I said, for me, it was literally like cat piss. I couldn't get that smell of a cat's litter tray that hasn't been washed. It was just that terp, and it wasn't for me.
so yeah, this is keeping onto those seeds, just holding on to them, keeping them safe. Pop them and look through them when necessary. But for me right now, my goals are to be I just want to grow like exactly that, like you said, terroir of South Africa. I want like the excitement of having Etienne and Bubbleman that's going to make the effort to come to South Africa in October
Taste your love for us.
and taste South African grown outdoor. That when you walk into shops, oaks are like, this is obviously indoor, and you're like, no, bro, it's outdoor. And people can't understand that quality weed can be grown in the elements. Like, so like for me, learning from people on YouTube is where I've learned everything with cannabis, and it's my purpose. So it's crazy that an online platform, something like YouTube, and you guys giving us access to the information. So like I learned from people like Kevin Jodrey, Mendo Dope, Minnesota Nice, learning about like no-till, lasagna tech. And then these guys would give the video with the backing of doing it, showing you the results so that you can believe them, but also you go and do it yourself. So you go and try some stuff, however you want to do it, your grow techniques being indoor, outdoor, and stuff like that, but using South African flares. And I think we, as South Africa, will definitely stand within the world of the highest,
Craft.
yeah, the
We've got
highest quality
some of
that
the
we
best
can.
craft, I think, the world. Yeah, we're yet to be discovered, put it that way.
Yeah.
Well, the
Most
best is
slept
the
on.
best, man. The best is the best. I'll tell you, when I first started selling bubble bags in the 90s, the late 90s, it was so random. I just get like a message from a dude like living in his mom's basement in like Minnesota, and he'd send me a picture of his hash and be like, is this any good? And I'm like, dude, that looks like as good as it gets. Congratulations. You just happen to have some of the best hash in the entire world. And it kept happening. But it was like now it was like some random dude in Denmark, or it was some random dude all over the world. And I just started becoming aware. I was like, oh shit, like if you just seek out this information, cannabis will pretty much take care of the rest.
There was a saying that I heard that I think will resonate with me till I die, or till it becomes true, is that someone said, if you liberate cannabis in Africa, you liberate Africa. So I think I stand by that. And like, again, somewhere where like the people in Chiba are trying to make a stride is to bring it back to traditional roots. And
culture.
yeah, I mean, like you watch the greenhouse seed company when they go down the pondo lands in the river, and literally it's the culture and like the empowerment of bringing money to the actual region and stuff like that, instead of our it getting lost or greedy fingers and like sticky fingers along the way. Like, and then the dank that they're growing is it's fire. It's I love it. A lot of like the genetics
Yeah,
have come,
terroir
yeah, but
and
have
stuff.
come from America and stuff like that. But you guys have done the work, you've done the forework, you've been breeding for so long. We now just have the culture, the environment, and the people that have got the green fingers and growing unbelievable stuff. I mean, yeah, it's amazing to be working also alongside everyone here that's so passionate, because the stuff that we're seeing now, also thanks to the advancement with getting access to information, everyone putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, we honestly, like me and Matt personally, we would not have discovered this for I don't know how long, but it was in back in 2020, and we had lockdown, so we just had a little bit more time on our hands. And a friend of ours messaged us, and he said that he had a press that he bought. I think it was from Rosin Press back in the day, one of the first little models. And then he was like, "Yeah, try and use this." And we got it, and we're like, "The fuck? What the fuck we supposed to do with this thing?" And we'd heard of like people using their hair straighteners and stuff. So we jumped on YouTube, and Matt was like, "No, dude, there's this guy, Bubble Man. Let's watch him." And then we sat and we watched it, and it was out in the snow with a big dustbin. And it was like, yeah, it was an old video. And then from there, we went online and we found there was some bags. We bought 20-liter bags, just sitting there in my little cottage area in front of the TV on like the wooden floors there, just mixing and mixing and mixing, and like got YouTube playing in the background.
Follow along video, like just mimic what he's doing,
Like, yeah, up it's like 12 at night, just ice going, ice going, ice going. And then eventually the worst and the best thing that happened to us was we washed blue cheese, and it was the first thing we ever washed. And so once that came out, we air dried it, and we're like, this is liquid gold. Like, what the fuck? Look at this. This is fucking crazy. And then it dried, and we managed to order some bags online. We put them in, we got the papers, we pressed it, and then this gold came out, and we were like, oh my God, this is crazy. Why haven't we been doing this whole time? So then we tried it with the Swazi, we tried it with the Malawi, we tried it with yeah, it was I think the Chem Dog, and they all came out dark and just syrup, like super syrupy. And you're like, we don't understand, like, what did we do wrong? And then like we slowly started discovering that you get washes and you get some that are just good for flour. And yeah, then it started becoming another whole rabbit hole besides the living organics and the soil we were going down. But yeah, I mean, full circle.
We can definitely say the same. We've mimicked two people in the past, technique for technique, and that's Marcus and Frenchie. But I mean, to the two, we've seen that.
Ooh la la.
Yeah, Frenchie and Marcus, you guys have virtually sat through many wash sessions with us, especially when we were starting out.
Yeah. Well, it's fortuitous you mentioned Frenchie. We had a gathering yesterday with his widow in San Francisco with friends and apprentices, and we actually shared. I actually have some Frenchie hash I was given by his widow, which we shared in his hookah yesterday. So shout out to Kim and to the Cannoli family with love and support. Of course, he passed away 4 years ago, so it's still fresh in our souls, and thank you for keeping his memory and honor alive. We appreciate it.
Of course,
yeah, absolutely. Frenchie, every HashMaker, I think.
Myself and Matt's actually about a year and a half ago, we were at a farm back in the day. It was called Cradle Farms, and there was two guys there, Chris and Dill. And at that stage, Dill had actually met Frenchie and done some work with Frenchie, and he even had like on his leg had tattooed one of the Frenchie things or whatnot. But he had made these cheese temple balls, right, of live rosin with these Frenchie techniques. and I rocked up with my hub or my hookah. And he looked at the hookah head, and it was one of the glass ones with the proper coconut coals going. And he was like, "No ways, dude! Like we have to smoke live rosin in there." And I was like, "There's not a chance! Like, what are you talking about? Like, you want to put that whole thing of just rosin? Like, are you nuts?" And he's like, "No, no, no! Trust me. Like, Frenchie does this. Like, you've got to just try it." He's like, "You're not gonna get like, you're not gonna pass out." So I was like, okay, let's just see how this goes. So we stacked it, we got the coals on. Honestly, one of the most elevating, clean, clear-eyed experiences I've had, constantly smoking that for over an hour.
The flavor.
With the guy's flavor just stuck with, and then at the end of it, Matt was like shocking the soot,
the leftover.
the leftover. And I was like, yeah, cool, as long as you're cleaning it for me, like I don't care. And then later he explained why. I mean, you can,
because I mean, I've seen a Frenchie video where he actually smokes it. He smokes the hookah, and then he takes the leftover resin, or like, as I call it, soot, because that's what it looked like, this black tar. But then it's essentially, as Frenchie explained it, pure like CBN. And he was giving it to a lot of his patients to help with sleep and I think like pain and stuff like that, but mainly sleep, having CBN being such a sedative cannabinoid. And I then just wanted to put it into my oil capsules with just a coconut whole plant infusion oil capsule, THCA, raw, phenomenal thing. Throw that in there because it already helps people with sleep. Why not just mess around with it?
Non-psychoactive.
But then the craziest thing is actually that's the only time we've done that and the only hub we have smoked that way. And I would love to do it again to collect that also to, I mean, start seeing how much more people would react with the sleeping element of adding that CBN.
Yeah.
But that experience of smoking a hookah live hash is, I mean, that's another thing we'll get together as the guild as a meeting and like light up a head like that because it smokes for hours. The flavor is incredible, and you can pack each side of the head with different rosins, so you can literally move the coal, and then
I mean, yeah, everything
incredible.
Frenchie did. If you don't understand it, you got to try it, and then you're like, okay, like why didn't he just do this? And you're like, okay, everything has its reason. Yes,
you know,
amazing.
the first legends we ever threw, there was a gentleman who lived above Rob Clark in Amsterdam by the name of Sid, and he had an incredible hubbly bubbly collection. This would have been back in like 2001 or 2. His collection predated that by 30 or 40 years. But when we threw the first legends, I think it was around 2001 or 2, and we threw it at a little Lebanese restaurant, and Dave, Skunkman Sam, was intent on getting one of these hubbly bubblies. He's like, we gotta have a hubbly bubbly. We gotta have a hubbly bubbly. And I'm like, what the fuck is a hubbly bubbly, man? He's like, oh, it's gonna be amazing. We're gonna just trust me. And so he ends up getting Sid to lend us this like 100-year-old priceless hubbly bubbly, which I always had the honor of walking it from Sid's apartment to the event and then bagging it back up and walking it back after cleaning it and getting it all prepared, bringing it back to Sid's apartment where he would offer me a variety of dried strawberries and dates, and then a taste or a flight, if you will, of his honeys that he had collected from around the world, which was just honestly, if you want to be a hash guild, you have to have honey from around the world when you get together. So you can just take little teaspoons and heal your throat in between, big hubbly bubbly sessions in particular. Taking dabs, you don't need the honey. You start smoking like grams of Skunkman Sam's full melt dry sift heads packed onto like a 10-gram chunk of Afghan hash that we've punctured holes through. And that's the screen for the hubbly bubbly. And we're lighting this thing, and the flame is like 1.5 feet each time you release and the oxygen goes back in. It's like in this little restaurant. It was the most incredible experience, and we made it a part of legends for the next 13 years. All of the Dutch legends in Amsterdam always had hubbly bubblies. In fact, one year we had the hubbly bubblies and we had a TV someone had brought a video of Afghanistan in 1970, and it was the hashish hippie trail. And it was just a camera that got set up and a big lineup of people lined up to hit the hubbly bubbly. And then we were all on one side of the restaurant lined up to hit the hubbly bubbly, watching the video of people in the 1970s
wow.
lined up and hitting the hubbly bubbly. It was fucking awesome. I do believe that was the day that Wally Duck, an Australian, passed out and his hair got caught on fire from the candle, which was a classic hash story. When you get so high on hash, you pass out at the table and burn a bunch of your hair. Classic.
Can I tell you, it's a massive honor if he asked you to carry the hubbly, because I've got certain friends of mine that I will not let them touch the hubbly because too many times they drop the head or they drop the base or something goes wrong. So he must have seriously trusted you.
Absolutely did. I was definitely the keeper of the hubbly, walking it to and from Legends of Hash. Never forget that. I do hope that we throw a Legends of Hash in the near future in Amsterdam. I'd love to see everyone come out and celebrate the life of a true legend, Skunkman Sam, aka David Watson. He will be the legend that we celebrate.
Yeah, very keen.
When would you plan on doing that?
Well, I don't know exactly. I talked to a couple of Dutch friends when I was there in March for his celebration of life. And I think it would probably be not, although I also spoke with Matt Stang from High Times. And I guess him and Josh from Raw have purchased High Times, which actually, when you guys first got on here, I hit him up. I was like, man, you got to get these Hash Guild guys. You got to do like a story on them and stuff. He's like, oh, fuck, that'd be awesome, man. You got to hook me up with them. So I'm going to hook you guys up with Matt Stang from High Times Magazine, even though I'm sure you have contacts with them. This is in particular, a Hash Church hookup so that he can,
thank you.
Give you guys some good vibes there. And yeah, I think, what was I going to say about him buying High Times? Oh, there was a super
stoked person there.
Yeah, there was a reason why I said that before I mentioned that I was going to hook him up with you guys.
Did they find the editor they were looking for?
I think they did. I saw a guy on Twitter announce that he was now the editor for High Times Magazine. I didn't know him. I've known Matt for a very long time. Matt and I are homies. We go back, I don't know to when, how far, 2005 or 4 or 8 or whenever he showed up at High Times. I had friends at High Times prior to Matt, Kyle Cushman and Andre Grossman in the early 2000s and late 90s. My first time ever getting into the magazine was in 95. It was in the November issue of April, which I believe was the last issue that Jerry Garcia was ever on the cover of. And it was,
one.
What's that?
Literally we were 1 year old.
Nice. That's what's up, dude. Well, everyone, now you're carrying the torch. So that's what happens.
I think to bring you back to why I think you brought him up was I asked you when you would be doing it.
Oh, right. And that's exactly what brings it back to Matt. Because I also said to Matt, I met Sam in person for the first time, as many people did back in the day, at the High Times Cannabis Cup. Sam, of course, won the first High Times Cannabis Cup with his seed company, Sacred Heart, or Sacred Seeds. Sorry, Sacred Heart is the elementary school I went to when I was a kid. And yeah, he was always just so happy there. He was that's where I smoked his hash for the first time. That's where Legends of Hash was born. And I sort of said to him, I said, man, if we did do a Legends in Amsterdam, it would be neat to sort of have some conjunction, maybe you guys do a big story. I could introduce you to his wife, and she could, make sure everything that's getting written is on point. Maybe Ryan Lee, Chimera, myself, Etienne, a couple other people who have known him for a long time. Could share some information, Rob Clark maybe. But I thought it would be a nice way for High Times to sort of pay homage to a real legend, and a nice way for High Times to come out and show people what they're going to be about. I mean, High Times gets shit on all the time, but I will say when they were the only game in town back in the 90s, it was nothing shy of epic. It was our everything. There was nothing else. We would go back to our little corners of the world, and we would brew and grow and educate and
and take
duplicate
Woodcough with us.
and take Woodcough with us. We'd give everyone that cannabis cough, the cannabis cup cough, and damn near kill people and knocking people out at the cannabis cup with full melt bubbles. So many epic, amazing experiences. And that was because of High Times, and they were willing to do that. So what I would say is it will not be in November when fucking Amsterdam is cold as fuck, because I think that's cool. We kind of talked about
for us, that would be cruel.
Yeah, dude. So maybe hopefully in the next year, maybe in spring or something. Spring in Amsterdam is pretty epic. March, April, that kind of thing. We'll see what I can organize over the course of the next year, see who kind of wants to be involved, see what would happen. But I would really anticipate that whether there was an event outside of Legends or not, I would urge the cannabis breeding, the cannabis hash making, the cannabis world, would want to be able to come and experience this. Maybe a little, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, but just some way of paying homage to this great man, mentor, giant whose shoulders we stood on for so long. Even in the grave, his shoulders are still higher than most of those standing. And I can just never give it up to him enough that, he was an incredible man, and he's still inspiring us on a daily basis. And I would love, it was years ago, people got mad at Dave and I for throwing Legends, and they'd be like online going, fucking Dave and Bubble Man think they're legends, fucking whatever, man. And then then Dave would be like, well, no, we're not the Legends of Hash. Like, if you've ever been to a Legends of Hash, and I don't know if I have one, oh yeah, I might have one. Oh no, these are my fish ones. My Legends of Hash ones are here. So when you would get to Legends of Hash back in the early days, you would have one of these on your table, and they were all, hand drawn. These are just different Legends of Hashes. And then we would talk about the legend of which we were celebrating at this particular legend. This one is Sidi Hidi. He's revered in Morocco as the patron saint of kief and kief smokers. Some believe he brought cannabis to Morocco, and he is often attributed with the sage advice, kief is like fire. A little warms the heart, and too much burns the soul.
Ooh.
However, various legends place Sidi Hidi in several historical periods. One says he was an early 20th century Algerian nobleman who spread cannabis around Morocco. But another claims he was an early Sufi mystic who wandered the Rif Mountains, lived in caves, taught the Quran, and smoked a blend of local mint and sage. Beat historian and wizened travelers Paul Bowles reckons Sidi Hidi was a 19th century kief smoker whose devotees espoused obscure cosmic philosophies, troubled the local women, and ran an extortion racket, taking payoffs in poultry. So this is like the history of Sidi Hidi. These are the legends we were celebrating. We were never celebrating ourselves, but now that Dave has passed, I can tell you, it will definitely be the picture of the little Sam I Am doll right here at the next Legends of Hash in Amsterdam, guaranteed. That is for certain. So I hope to see you all there.
That'd be epic. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be epic.
Right? Yeah. Maybe we see you in South Africa first.
Well, you know what? You know why they did the High Times Cannabis Cup in November, right?
Well, because it was like the cheapest time for everything in Amsterdam. Like all the anything you rented was the cheapest, which, is pretty awesome considering, it was already expensive. And so for us to all go there and be able to afford hotels was definitely nice.
But it was also, for Americans, it was during Thanksgiving week. And 100%. So it was a holiday week, so people could take that off and go because their kids would, not in school, et cetera, et cetera. So, remember, it was, a couple of thousand people would come out for these cannabis cups, and we would all be crammed into, you know, those booths and have, you know, countless people coming by. You'd have Bubble Man and Eagle Bill, you know, making sure people were trying and getting high. It was just, yeah, Jack sitting there signing books. It was, yeah,
Wild.
it was quite a mecca when you really think about it, in the sense of, you know, who's who and what's what. Anybody who was anybody in cannabis was there, but now it's grown so large and so international. It's, you know, I think it would be nice to have, you know, a true world representation. But, you know, we also know that you know, the High Times cannabis cups were kind of manipulated. There were certain coffee shops that, you know, spiked the punch, so to say. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, you know what? It's kind of like a social media contest. If you
right.
have it, like I see this all the time. Oh, my daughter's in the Miss Teen. Can you vote for her? And I'm like, well, is she going to win because she's the best, or is she going to win because you have the biggest social media following? You know, it's almost impossible to maintain. That's why when we started the little contest that was Legends of Hash, which was really kind of inspired by Dave, because let's be honest, the first Legends, everyone that went there, I was basically selling them a ticket to spend a night in the room with Dave Watson. That's what everyone wanted. They didn't know anything about Legends of Hash. They just knew Skunkman Sam was going to be there, and there was a chance that you could probably smoke his hash. Now, I never said that. I never sold the tickets as that. Looks beautiful, looks beautiful. But I know that a lot of people are like, oh my God. It was a big opportunity, because prior to the Legends, Dave was a very hard guy to meet. He was not overly, you know, unless you were really making waves in the industry and doing some like super high-end science or something that was super novel, you wouldn't have attracted his attention. And because of it, he was almost like a university professor back then. He was very almost strict, and he wasn't wasting his time with people that had not quite acquired or achieved a certain level of knowledge and information. And, you know, that blessing of the High Times Cannabis Cup, everything from that, that's where I did my first booths. That's where I sold my first bubble bags. That's where I met Skunkman Sam. That's where Legends of Hash was born. That was probably, if I really think back to it, how even Hash Church would eventually be created. And, you know, Sam being a huge part of that, as well as Wade and some of the other elders, just having a place for these guys to share. You know, if you go online, you can find stuff by Skunkman Sam, but you will not find more by Skunkman Sam anywhere else than on the Hash Church archives. He has hours and hours and hours of just dropping gems, his super twisted, dry humor. It's just like unbelievable. Speaking of dry humor, shout out to Dr. David Allen for his absolutely stunningly shocking joke last week on Hash Church to Remo. I'm not going to say it again, but you guys should go back and watch that Hash Church, because Dr. Allen, just out of left field, with the most inappropriate, hilarious joke that had us all at first looking like shocked, like we were very left-leaning liberals laughing our like, just like, oh my God. And then we looked like very right-wing nut bars, red in the face, laughing our asses off. This is the dichotomy of being a human being. You know, come on, we're all hypocrites. Let's give it a big hug, our hypocrisy.
Let's hippo together.
Let's hippo together. Exactly. Let me see. I had a couple of other questions in regards to what you guys are doing. You know, being on Hash Church, and I guess you guys got that big event coming up. How is the guild looking to engage with the international models of cannabis legalization, like Canada and Uruguay, the US states, to sort of inform your advocacy and practices in South Africa? Are the guild a big part of the advocacy? Are you guys trying to be more of a hub of education, which obviously feeds advocacy? Like, who are the frontliners in South Africa right now pushing the civil disobedience boundaries?
Yes, I'll take this.
Yeah.
So we've discussed the legal framework. With that said, there are a lot of people that are just throwing caution to the wind and pushing the boundaries. And with the role that we as the guild are sort of trying to fulfill is a quality control kind of body. So we have got our network of cultivators, HashMakers, and distributors, and we ensure that everything is cultivated and processed to international standards. And we are following Canadian, US, and European standards. Not any of us are operating in GMP facilities, but we are doing our best to try and ditch the backyard boogie and be a bit more of a sanitary environment, stainless steel, and just trying to bring the quality, because in many of the clubs, the quality is seriously lacking. So we're just trying to push a better quality awareness so that the customer is more discerning, and if the customer sees that we have got something to do with it, they've maybe got a bit more trust that if it says 6-star, it is 6-star, or if it says live rosin, it is live rosin. It's not just hash rosin being sold as live rosin, because there's a lot of that sort of thing going on at the moment.
Okay,
so a lot of people selling edibles as 100 milligram. Yeah, education is key, but it's more, I think, about ensuring standards are being followed. And the way we do that is we are a closed network, and not closed off to new people, but we operate within ourselves, so we can ensure everything is not necessarily single source, but not too far from.
My advice to you guys, because it sounds like you've got a good situation, you're getting into that sort of setting the standard through high level practices. I would say, because it always happens like this, in the beginning, everyone's an activist, everyone's kind of fighting and fighting and fighting. Once you get licensing and permission, even if it's just gray market, I can be a club now under this, there's like a protective layer that you're like, okay, we got to get our shit together. Let's make sure everyone's doing everything right. But what I would suggest to you, that the guild is always in support of those who are not throwing caution to the wind in the sense of like lowering standards, but throwing caution to the wind and practicing civil disobedience to push better laws and regulations for South Africa. If you can support by being buffering your group, so you're not going to get in trouble for breaking the law, but there's a way that you can support the group of people who are willing to do that work, I would definitely suggest doing that. Make sure you have the backs of the people who aren't undermining your whole concept of quality by just doing shit super sketchy. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who are still have the same level of consciousness and regulatory high set bar that they want to, they want to push the boundaries in ways, whether it's through the marketing or through the this or through the that, where you just push it and you put it right in their face to push these regulations forward so that you can get more. Like I'm certain that Etienne would say the same thing I'm about to say. They never gave us anything in Canada. We ripped that shit off of their cold, dead hands. Like there was and then in Canada, what happened was everyone was suddenly a licensed holder, and they all thought their license was worth $10 million. So now they're like protecting their license and getting mad at the Indigenous people Indigenous people in Canada, they're sovereign people. They don't need to follow our regulations. So they can put containers on their properties behind their gas stations with signs that say weed sold here. They can sell you 6 pounds at a time. They can advertise it. They can market all sorts of cool little designs. And the people in the Canadian industry are like, fuck those motherfuckers. They're you know, and I'm like, no, dude, not fuck those motherfuckers. Support those motherfuckers. Figure out a way to facilitate supporting them, because they are now. Would you rather them join your shitty regulatory framework, or would you rather them get the government to bend the knee so now your framework opens up and it's more like the indigenous people's framework because you supported and you know, let's not even get into the whole fucking genocide of their people that most of our people were responsible for in the past. Let them have this. Let them have this. I personally think the Indigenous people here in Canada are a great people to hold the civil disobedience wand, and I support them every fucking chance that I can get. So, yeah.
Well, that's the nice thing is both Chiba works for that purpose, which all of us are closely aligned with, as well as Myrtle and I think it's Fields for Green, which I think AJ is actually a member of. So yeah, Fields of Green Fall. Sorry, my memory. Yeah, no. So what we also wanted to do is the market here is still very new. It's nowhere near like the European market or even say a single state currently in say California, right? There's a lot more buying power for concentrates than there is in say Los Angeles than there is currently in the South African market. And getting hold of good genetics that wash well, that was grown properly by someone, that was then processed properly by someone, that was then packaged properly by someone and distributed to someone and told truthfully this is what it is a rarity in the country. And that's what the guild's also like purpose is trying to do. We're trying to act as an investment platform for people that want to take this very seriously, because we have the ear of those institutions that go and really push for regulatory change, as well as trying to set the standard that hopefully that they'll implement to say this is what's currently being run internationally and as has been proven time and time again, we've managed to do that here. Please implement that and help the communities get their production levels so that they can participate in the economy as well. Because if South Africa is producing high quality products locally, we can easily export it to the world, like the European market that might have a demand for it that can't necessarily be growing in their winter period, and which is our summer, you know.
Yep, that makes sense for sure. Oh my goodness.
That's really important what you know what y'all are doing, because it's reverberating, as you were talking and alluding to earlier. It does ring across Africa, right? And it is giving people hope, because there's a lot of I know there's been a lot of challenges all across the African continent, you know, due to colonialism and you know, for hundreds of years, unfortunately. So that continent has suffered exponentially. So what part do you see cannabis playing in the revitalization of Africa? Not just South Africa.
Well, I'll jump in quickly and then I'll pass it off to someone. I think cannabis tourism would be a great thing for us if government could put the framework behind that. I also think things like hemp products, be it bioplastics, hemp seed oils, those kind of things, can also be done by the people that have been growing cannabis forever outside. Just give the legacy grower some good genetics and watch them run with it, because they've been doing it with shit genetics and been pulling off miracles. So I think we're perfectly primed to produce and attract a good cannabis crowd rather than that. I think what Amsterdam got stuck with was the drunken crowd too, where we have the opportunity to give you entire areas and build them up specifically for cannabis tourism. And the country needs that. It needs that kind of investment. And hopefully, like, the regulatory framework will catch up to that need. And all we can do as a guild is kind of wait and support in any way we can, and show kind of the powers that be, look, that there's money to be made here. There's for you know, everybody likes tax. On that side, here's some tax you can make from us, and it's a good way to drive the economy. All of us stand behind that, and are kind of willing to help. That's the nice thing about the guild, is we're all kind of like-minded people that want to help the industry grow and get stronger, both from the home grower all the way to kind of facilities. Like, for example, Clone Club helps people on the consulting side, growing, improving the indoor things. As he says, he likes to fix sad plants, and I'll kind of let him take it from here.
Yeah, so I mean, if you just look at the screen in front of you, I mean, with regards to cannabis, we've got premium storage, we've got hash washing services, we've got breeders, we've got packaging, we've got viral testing here. I mean, we have a micro understanding of what this economy of plant has to offer. So I mean, just in front of us, we've got 6 or 7 different value chains, you know, and the reality is that, cool, if you grow hops, it's 100th the value of cannabis to a retail consumer. If you extrapolate that across Africa, we've got good labor, we've got good ethics, we've got good climate, we've got good resources. If you extrapolate that with all the value chains that I pointed out there, I mean, there's just so many multipliers to one plant, you know. So just the upliftment across the board is labor, job creation, equity distribution, land distribution, everything. It's an incredibly lucrative crop that is fairly easy to grow. So there's skill, there's margin, there's growth, there's just opportunity from beginning to end for people to get involved and create livings for themselves, you know. So yeah, that's I believe it would be massive for Africa. I think we've got the resources and the know-how and the climate to be able to really crush it.
Yeah, I think there's a huge variety that South Africa has to offer. Like, something that I think Cape Town needs to jump on big time is you've got all the wine farms down there. So a lot of guys come down, they go do the wine tour and they get a tour of all the wines. But I've seen in certain places people are pairing your wines with certain cannabis, with the different foods, or even just pairing your foods and your cannabis, because the food scene and the restaurant scene in Cape Town is quite significant. I mean, they've got some of the best restaurants in the world. So you now get some evenings where they turn that into a connoisseur can come in with them, working with a chef, and you've got some of the best food with some of the best cannabis coming together. I think there's a huge room for like tourism in that way. Never mind all the offerings South Africa has, you know, just it's the most beautiful country in the world.
Absolutely, Mike. I couldn't agree with that more, man. You know, I grew up in the wine industry. Stunning. I grew up in the wine industry, so the flavor pairing and terps and food and wine and that whole thing is something I'm very familiar with. And yeah, you know, without giving too much away, we are working on some terp pairing events coming up sometime soon in Johannesburg, if anyone's in town, with larger things in the plan in the future. But I think that in terms of flavor, I think that's where it's where the future is at for terps, is to get the terpene profile so diverse that we are able to really show something extraordinary from the African terroir.
Well, I really think we've already started ticking a lot of the flavors on the terp wheel box, to the point where we're now starting to get some areas of it becoming more saturated than others. And then there's some areas that are still yet to be discovered. But I do think if we have to look at the terp wheel and we had to kind of put everybody's genetics in South Africa on the table, I think we would be surprised at how many boxes we'd be ticking with the amount of variety of terps that are coming out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I always look forward to what are the novel aromatics that can be created in different environments, because I think the real value in cannabis in the future will be the novelty of it, of these novel, unique aromatic flavors, the THC and the cannabinoids. I used to think, oh yeah, there's hundreds of cannabinoids. There's all these different, and then I started like seeing them and gaining access to them, and there's like, I just don't have the same connection with wanting them. There's no desire for me to dab CBG, or I hear people like, oh, I love dabbing CBG. I'm like, do you though? Like, do you really? Like, I don't know if you do. Like, and how do you know? Like, it's just maybe you're just dabbing some diluted product, unless it was CBG pure.
Absolutely.
Then you would have kind of a bit of an idea. But yeah, I just think the cannabinoids, they're there. That THC is kind of my favorite. If it's there in a decent amount, I'm pretty happy with it. Now I'm really looking over here for all the different variations I can get on aromatics. And that's where the flavor, the taste, the smells, that's where the majority of my desire comes from, sometimes I'll take a dab and blow it out. It happens with GMO a lot. I won't have GMO for a while. I'll blow a big GMO dab out, and then I'll leave my office. And when I come back in and I'm smelling the GMO in the air, I'm just like, oh my God, that's good. I'm almost like, I wish it tasted like that. And it does, don't get me wrong, it tastes incredible. But the way it smells in the air, that particular cultivar, it's Renee did the same thing. Renee tasted like a fruit basket. It was such fruity, gassy goodness, but in the air, it just smelled like pure perfume haze, like just like a super overpronounced terpenylene that's almost rancid. Which
I had a strain. It was Radical Pop, so it was Ripper Juice or Ripper Seeds, Radical Juice times Sugar Pop. And flip, unbelievable terps. Like the mother is super tangy, and the father was just really, really sweet, sugary terps. So the offspring of this one was honestly like rotten grandpa socks with off fruit. Like it was so vile and just so unexpected. But soon as I lit it, like the guys around me were all like, holy shit, what is that? And you could smell it in the air, beautiful. And then as soon as you smoked it, it just didn't translate the same, where it was slightly disappointing then because the smoke smelled so nice. But then as soon as you pulled it, you had this expectation of, why isn't it like the smell? Yeah, so some strains definitely just throw out different,
Absolutely. And shout out to David from Ripper Seeds in Barcelona. This is a
man,
dude, he's the man,
does a
dude.
massive favor for us because we get those genetics at such a good price here. And I mean, like the one strain I've got here, Bubba Glue, that we hunted out from there, from Duncan's Dope. Man, the terps on that are so complex in between the gas and the glue. Fuck, such a beautiful strain on flower alone, but also doing hash holes with it is just so beautiful. So beautiful.
He's got a great nose. He has a very deep understanding of the plant. And I don't know what year it was, but it was probably like 2012 or 2011, maybe a little after, where I linked up with him and his whole crew in Spain. And I went there and I did the static sift for them, but didn't show them. It was a secret at that time. Sam didn't want me sharing it. But we made some hash, and Soma was there, and he had like a 26-week sativa that he had acquired. 26 weeks of bloom on this.
Yes.
Yeah, on this narrow leaf drug cultivar. So yeah, I'll never forget linking up with those guys. They've always just taken incredible care of me, hooked me up with beautiful genetics, always had incredible hash. And we're always contenders at Legends of Hash. We always were happy to have those guys come down and represent. And yeah, it's not as many people as you think that are actually like just preserving incredible genetics and getting them out to the people. It's definitely super important work to keep
I think
genetics
something
alive.
everyone should at least try once. If you've grown the plants and you enjoy growing the plants, like at least try it once. Like I think you'll be surprised at what you might find, and then you'll be super stoked about it. And I think just because you bred it, you think it's like the next best thing, and then you give it to someone and they're like, "Yeah, no, I've tasted this," or they call you out on what the mother is, and you're like, "Oh, so I just rebred the mother. Okay, well, I'm just gonna scrap that then." But even just doing it, you'll be surprised if you do find that unicorn. And then you're also doing it based off of your preference on what you're hunting,
And share your cuts with your homies. So when you do find something and then you don't keep it, and
or
then
it
you want
dies.
and then you want it again, yeah, like you've
Oh, dude.
at least preserved it within your
The
your friend,
community,
your
yeah.
community and friendship groups, because there's too many sad stories of oaks having the cut and then they
Oh,
lose it.
dude, it's terrible. I would say even go as far as giving it out outside of your friendship groups. How about that?
Yes, yes.
Get that
Or how
thing
about
out there,
salads? And
because
then it's
if
out
you
there.
if you want to extend your friendship groups, do it by
Yes.
giving genetics away. And
Yeah.
for whatever reason, it
100%.
will bother people. It will bother people that want to monetize those genetics in an
Yeah.
unfair way. I took a lot of hate for giving away the Congo and some other cultivars that were like hoarded and protected in British Columbia. And I just thought, you know what? My buddy's argument was that, listen, I got to make sure that the person's okay. They got to pass my test. I got to make sure that I say they're, and I'm like, well, dude, what if they're not okay? What if they're like the most not okay person, but their 4-year-old daughter who suffers with epilepsy is the right person? And you
Yes.
can't get it to her without, what if you can't get it to the right person without giving it to the, and he had no rebuttal for that. He was like, oh.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, dude, like, just give it away for God's sakes.
Yeah.
And then whine and moan and bitch that you lost it. Oh, I had it for so many years, and then I got robbed. It's like, well, did you share it out with anyone? No, I didn't
No,
share
no,
it out with
no.
anyone. Oh, well, then I guess you made the bed you now get to sleep in. Right?
Amen.
Amen is right. Dragonfly is asking me questions. Ask if they know anyone combining canna with cannabis or anyone working with canna. It is becoming increasingly used in this era, but it is a traditional herb. Kanna.
Oh, no.
You guys know anything
I've
about
ever
that?
heard of Kana
I
being
think
present
sure.
in Mozambique.
I think that's
I would-
scaletium. I think we call that scaletium here.
Oh yeah.
Canna,
Ecstasy.
I would like to
Canna
try and
is-
get Dragonfly Earth certification, like them out here to come and learn a bit more about that, because I've been following them for a while, and yeah, it's incredible what they do. And I
Yeah,
think
they're in the
for
garden right
South
now.
Africa,
Otherwise, they'd be here.
yeah, the organic market is overrun by people selling it as organic because the price mark is higher for organic. But the people that are growing really good weed are people that are doing it with living soil and growing and no pesticides and all of those types of things. So them setting their own standard of organics is suitable for our market, I think. So I think that needs, yeah, but the standard that they make is the most suitable for what you can do for organic compared to what the government offers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I bet. Well, the government probably doesn't have the same level of knowledge. I wanted to ask, who was it that was? It was the gentleman with the genetics and the testing. AJ, is that what it was? AJ
Yeah.
Slander. Have you heard of the Valenvera's unit, the little NIR by Neospectra
Oh, yeah.
testing unit? Man, that thing
Yeah,
is
I've
such a
seen the
blast.
Deb Shiva. Yeah, it's like a wonderful little thing to get quick results in the
Maybe
field.
Ruben will come in October as well. He's the owner of the Valenvera's company. He's the one who I got my unit off of. But man, I am telling you, I love that fucking unit. I was playing with it again the other day. Where was it that I had it? Oh, I was testing some things right locally here in my kitchen, but I also took it out with me and was just amazed at how you can just test with it everywhere. And the amount of data you can collect really increases data resolution when you can test so many times. I have a friend Dom in a EU GMP lab in Holland, in Amsterdam, and he prefers it over his HPLC. He's like, this thing, it's so quick. I can do a test every 2 minutes. I don't have to pack the column and wait for this amount of time and human error and this, that, and the other thing, pay a fucking PhD, 140,000 euros a year to clean the machine, like upkeep the machine.
No, it's an amazing device. They have one at Chiba, and so they actually have, I think, a testing service that you can go to Chiba for. And
yeah, he
get
told me
your,
that he sold one to Chiba.
but he's
They're
the most
awesome.
energetic individual I've ever met in my life. Like that
Yeah.
man literally bounces off the walls.
Yeah, he stayed at my house
the
a couple
entire
weeks back.
day.
Yeah, he stayed at my house for 4 days, and we bounced off the walls for the entire 4 days. So
Oh, he's a wonderful person, though.
yeah, I met him in Spanibus just last year, and he was holding like a kilo bag of like Stropharia cubensis mushrooms. And I was like, I walked up to him, I said, I need to meet you. And he was like, Bubble Man, I've been looking everywhere for you. And I guess he was there looking for me. And so we ended up linking up. He showed me the machine. We did some tests, and then he flew to Canada. Now we're working together a little bit. But yeah, if I come, I'll definitely bring my machine. That is a no-brainer machine. Same with the clone guy. Having a machine like that is an incredible service you can offer your customers. So you can offer them quality assurance of cutting down their plants at peak THC, which is a super basic low-hanging fruit, but it is a fruit nonetheless. You can do pheno hunting with it. You can validate your feed cycle with it. The most important one you could offer is macro and micronutrient readout to give them a graph of showing them where their plants are and where they should be and what they need to do to, fix that. That one's a big one.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a really big one. You can charge $30 to $35 for those tests all day long. They have no cost to you whatsoever, and they are about a minute and a half out of your day. You can have people mailing you these samples, so you're not driving all over South Africa. But I'm telling you, man, like I'm doing the exact same thing, and I don't have a cloning company or a nursery, but you're already connected to all the people that are growing. Anyone in South Africa that wants to just know what their product is can mail in a little sample. I tell people, whatever you mail me, I'll mail you back. Like I don't need it. It's going to end up being a joint's worth of material. I can give you your active water, your moisture content, your dominant terpenes, your cannabinoid content. It's pretty fucking cool, I got to admit.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Link us in after the video. We'll definitely look into it.
Yeah, I think it would be fun even just to do a little presentation with Ruben and just have him, show it to you and explain it to you, because it's definitely something that you would be benefiting and that you could give, a service you could provide for your customer base. I mean, also the guild could provide that as like, I don't know how you guys work, but I just know that machine is money, and it's knowledge and it's data. And so there might be a way you can raise money by having it. It's a business in its own. Like I got one and immediately was like, damn, I gotta like any cannabis cups that happen locally, I offer them testing, because I can come in at a fraction of the lab testing, and the accuracy and the I guess the intensity of the models that Ruben did. If you meet Ruben and you know Ruben, you understand that he's the guy that programmed the Neospectra. That machine is used all over the world in food and agriculture. There's 150 patents in it. It's built in the US. It's now owned by a Swiss company, Bucci, I believe, that just bought it for some billions of dollars. So it's definitely not going anywhere. you can get models for all sorts of agricultural products. I ran mushrooms through it for the first time the other day, psilocybin mushrooms, and it gave me a really nice breakdown on the active compounds that are in the mushroom. Blew people away at this party that I was at. No one was really expecting that. And just ease of use. It's super fun. So just a little, if you want me to hook you up with Ruben, I can certainly do that.
Yeah, well,
That'd be
we do
fantastic.
have access. We do have access to one at Chiba. They've got a Valent Virus. The only problem is we don't have the model to test oil or test extract. So it can only test like it can only test solid extract. So like solid concentrate, like hash or keef,
not rosin
and flour. Not
But that's just a
rosin.
model.
So-
All you have to do is download that model. It's definitely worth
Yeah,
getting.
so-
I have all the models myself. I got a research account. So there's not many research accounts, but my account is a research account, and I would definitely suggest getting the models for all of the cannabinoid, tissue, flour, extracts, liquid and solids. They're it's just a fun unit. It's an amazing unit to show up at an event at. Like you guys have an event coming right now. If I had that unit, I would call that company that's putting that event on. And I said, look, there's a couple of ways we can do this. I can get a booth and just charge for testing, or you can pay me and I'll come and you can offer it as a service where it's just free testing. And I'll sit there for the 3 days that the event is on and just test. That's a no-brainer. And then for me, I have a couple of older kids, so I just get one of them to go do it. So it doesn't have to be me. Maybe show up for half an hour, do a couple of tests and then let them sort of finish off the job. But it's so intriguing. People are so blown away by it. It's exciting. It gives something to do while you're talking. It's quick and easy, and it's hard to make mistakes with the unit. You can make a mistake by pressing, say, cannabis and then doing an extract. Well, that's going to be like an outlier warning. They're not going to expect a 61% to show up on the flower. So there'll be an error that comes out, but that's about the extent to the errors that I've made with it so far. And otherwise it's just been really fun getting booths at all these different events and just testing for people.
So this machine, is it like updatable? Can you like plug it into the computer and then it updates from all the other research it's getting from like around the world, so that it's constantly like almost like AI collecting data and able to track and trace different terpenes or flavonoids or esters or things like that?
Great question. Very good question. I just went and got the unit because I figured, I have it right here. We might as well show it off on Hash Church. This is the simple unit right here. Just a simple little
That's
dude.
gotten a lot smaller.
Yeah, exactly. And then it ends up right on there. And then you have your testing dish that you're going to calibrate with your flour right there. It's a little metal and glass dish. And if you're doing extracts, you'll just use a full glass dish to go on top here. It's
Like
very quick.
Yeah,
maybe half a gram or a gram. Whatever goes in comes right out. In fact, why don't we just test? Maybe I'll test this rosin that I have right now. But I wanted to answer your question though. So it's yes and no. The unit itself is about 13,000 US, 12,800. As it is right now, I'm completely impressed with it. I haven't uploaded anything new since I got it. Every year, there's going to be the opportunity to pay a 2,700 US dollar subscription fee. And if you do that, you get exactly what you just said. That's the data. This is the data that he's collecting himself. He's writing new models and he's programming new models constantly. And for the people who buy the unit that want access to all those new models, he's going to do that in a subscription. It's like a couple hundred bucks a month, I believe, which is also what this company does with all sorts of agricultural products. If you're an agricultural product and you buy this machine, of course you're paying the subscription fee for them to update soybeans and corn and whatever else it is. I mean, I've seen these units with a very specific piece that goes around, and then you put it right down on soil and it gives out
Oh,
like
wow.
full soil readings. So it's a really cool
That's amazing.
little unit, that is for sure. But you don't have to do the subscription. If you buy it as is and you're happy with it, and you're validating things and you're validating your feed cycles and you're finding phenotypes with it and you're maximizing your THC and you're understanding your macro and micronutrients, which becomes most important when you have a variety of cultivars in one room. They're not going to feed the same. Just like two of you guys at a lunch won't feed the same. The plants need different things at different times. Cultivars, you can generalize that most likely if they're all healthy and it's one single cultivar, they're going to feed very similarly. But if you throw a totally different cultivar into that room, you know, it won't necessarily feed the same way. And so with this, you can take these tests every day for that matter. You take 2 fan leaves, you dry them right out, crush them into powder, put them into the little dish, take the readout, and it'll give you a beautiful little readout on, you know, on what the, here, I'm going to see if I can actually open some of my analytics. Here's some of my scans here.
Takes all the guesswork out.
Well, it takes it all out, man. And to be able to have plant tissue,
it's incredible. Like, because I've actually used it for like 4 cultivars of mine, and 3 of them being THC dominant, and then 1 being a Charlotte's Angel, which is supposed to be then a CBD. And it's then nice to know if what you actually are growing is that. And then the device came back saying that the CBD cultivar was rich in CBD and then under 1% THC, but still above what would be considered industrial hemp. But I mean, at the Cannabis Expo, they were offering the service, and they do offer it every now and then, where you can go there, test your flower. And some guy apparently had bought like a kg or a couple kgs of what was meant to be CBD flower, tested it, and bang, it's like high in the 20% THC. And now it's all of a sudden, it's like, it's a bit of a problem.
Now you're rocking a felony.
Yeah. That was literally, he literally had to call his lawyer straight away. He was like, oh God.
Jesus. Well, I did it too. I tested CBD products for guys at this place called the Book Club. And let me tell you, they were not what it said it was. It was, you know, this guy was like, oh, this is a 2-to-1 CBD to THC. There was like no THC or CBD in it at all. I was kind of like, what are you talking about? But yeah, no, just to take you guys really a quick little walkthrough through this thing, because I just found the little presentation that he does. And so this is the little unit right here. These are the readouts. It'll give you total THC, THCA, CBD, CBDA, CBG, total percentage of terpenes, water activity, and moisture, which I think are spectacular. Those are sometimes multi-$1,000 meters that you have to use,
especially in the live hash.
Yeah, well, water activity is an important one, because if it's above 0.65, you're going to end up with a moldy product.
Yeah.
Moisture is good too, because it lets you know how much money you're paying for the moisture in the flower. You can see then there's terpenes underneath that. And then over here, this is where it gives the macronutrients, the NPK, calcium, magnesium, and then micronutrients, Fe, Mn, and B. And then this is Ruben. He's got his agricultural engineering degree, his industrial engineering degree, his industrial designer degree, his master's in genomics and advanced genetics. The guy's fucking smart. He really has a deep understanding of what he's doing. This is the technology as it's been traveling through the years from the 70s upwards to today, the innovation timeline. It goes over what is NIR, which is an analytical technique of using near infrared radiation to analyze light absorbance. You know, it shoots this light, it creates a textured shadow. That shadow's like a fingerprint. That fingerprint gets compared out of models that have come from HPLC and GC, and then it tests them against, you know, one fingerprint to another, and it's very accurate in how well that it can do. It just can't go down to super small parts per million. So it's not going to be able to do pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, which is unfortunate, because that would be incredible. It's not going to be able to find viruses and bacterias in your plants and fungi that are embedded into your clones. That work has to be done through TC and through initiation and whatnot. So this is just it explaining exactly what I just said. the pattern, the fingerprint, the prediction versus true, and how accurate it is, some of the projects and innovations that they've been a part of, and then what the model kind of offers. You know, these main features, it's got more range and accuracy than anything else that's on the market, and it's mobile, instant, and it's a cheap analysis. There's no cost, unlike Orange Photon that has a solution. You end up paying a fee each time. It's non-destructive, so your sample is totally fine to just consume afterwards, or if it's rosin or oil, to put right back into the jar that it came from. There's literally no maintenance, so the equipment will give you accurate measurements for years, and this thing was absolutely built correctly. You don't need qualified personnel, so it's easy to use and doesn't require like a special person who's like a lab operator. There's the soil one. See it on the soil? I don't even know what it does. I want that. I got to figure it out. Designed for materials and substances than cannabis and flowers, like ground, seeds, liquids, etc. Like ground. I love that. Ground what? No, just ground, as in the ground. The ultimate ground. They update it periodically, so that's why you're going to want to do the upgrades of every annual or biannual upgrade. It's got a custom dashboard, which is pretty cool. Now they're doing terpenes. I think the terpene aspect, either the terpene labs are very inaccurate and they're boosting those numbers, which I personally think they probably are. This thing often comes in much lower than the terpenes that are present on the bag, whereas with cannabinoids, it's often very accurate. And then, yeah, sort of, why would I need one? Well, there's a case to be made for pheno hunting. And then it shows a pheno hunting that Mifco Biosciences did with it. There's a case to be used for quality control, which is harvesting at peak cannabinoid amount, which is shown right here. You can see the yellow bar, both for CBGA and THCA. They managed to harvest it at the maximum of those compounds. That was done by Oyer Azpura Olazola from Sovereign Fields. And then there's yield optimization, right? Same idea, mastering the art of timely harvest. Obviously, like anything, there's a sweet spot in life. And if you can find the sweet spot, whatever it is, you can hone in and you know, harvest at your most optimal time. And then nutrient correction, which I think is pretty darn huge. When you think of nutrient correction, you can see the parameters for NPK, Cal, Mag, Fe, Mn, and zinc. You got your results, you've got your unit percentage in ppms, and then you've got your range. And so what we want to be able to do is give a recommended correction. So if you've got your sample and it came in like this, we want to show that your calcium might be high, your potassium might be low, you know, and go through it and then create a recommended correction graph that would let, like, Mike, do you understand how huge this is for your customer base? And you can offer it for like peanuts. Like, it's not a super expensive thing to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the turnaround time, or like the speed of result, is probably its biggest value, irrelevant of costs and overheads, and that just being able to say, look, I mean, this is what's happening. We don't have to flush and wait 3 days and test runoff for a week and figure out where the problem is. We've got it in the palm of our hands immediately, which is amazing.
Yeah, so I'm just I'm a fanboy. I've been tripping out on this thing. I love showing up to cannabis events. I used to be the guy that showed up with the big rig and the torch and the everything, and now I prefer that. I'm past that torch off to a younger dude. There's all sorts of dudes who are gung-ho to do that, and I'd love for them to feed me dabs all day long the same way I used to do for people. But I'm more inspired now to show up at a picnic table, have someone else operate the dab rig, and I'll operate the Valenveras, and we can just test. And people are blown away, first at how easy it is, and almost secondly, how I just give them everything back. Here's your resin, you know, which I do have to shout out. And I don't know the name of this product, which sucks, but it's a little dabber on one end, which is fine. But on the other end, it's a silicone like squeegee that is the perfect unit for cleaning out rosin and oils from glass jars for the Valenveras.
So, dude, Rob, Rob, dude, get that, bring that in. We need that, dude. Bring that.
Okay, great job.
I
Bring it.
will, and I'll talk to Ruben because I made very good friends with Ruben. I shared a stall with him for, I think it was Canna Expo, Cape Town 24, 23. So as I know, I have firsthand how much brains and energy that man really has, and that device is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, no, I'll talk to Ruben for you, Mike. He's also a friend of the school, as well as Opulent
Right.
Leaf and House of Extractions. I think he got to meet Storm personally. And then yes, gentlemen, I'll go and look for your dab tools. The guild uses me as organize them everything when they need it, so I'll do that.
Lovely. Lovely.
Lekker.
Yeah, man. Well, I think I'm ready for another dab, actually.
Yeah, right.
That's
Did
a good
Did you
idea. We
test
should do
any
the same.
dab there?
Have I what?
Did you test any dab there on the machine?
I have tested dabs. You want me to test some dabs right now?
Please. Sure.
No, test
not?
what you're smoking on, and then tell us what you're smoking on.
So let's do that. So step one, this is what we do, okay? We turn on the phone app. Second, we turn on the phone app. It's just called scan. It's going to open up my account. It's going to show the unit. It's not connected because I haven't turned the unit on. So I'm going to turn the unit on now. And then usually when I turn the unit on, it'll often auto connect, but it takes maybe about a minute to turn the Neospectra on. And then this button will go and it'll show connected, which it just did. And then we'll go down to solid extracts over here. Make sure I'm pushing the right button on it, not just the star. There we go. So now it wants me to calibrate. So I'm going to take a piece of a glass bowl, as well as the calibration unit, which don't ask me to explain, but apparently this is super fucking important and you don't want to get it dirty. It bounces back the light the proper way. So once again, we put the cap on, click, throw this down here a little bit, minus the dirty floor. All my, okay, so then we're going to put our glass in. We're going to go like that. And then we're just going to go calibrate. So we push the calibration button. It's going to do a quick little calibration. And then what we're going to do, once it says it's calibrated properly, I will put a bunch of rosin into, there we go. Looks like we're calibrated. Take that off and put that back over here. And then we'll get a nice big fat blob of rosin right in the center there. Give you guys an idea of how much I put in. It's all going to come out. And then we're also going to do this with it, which is we're going to press it down so that it covers the entire bowl completely. And now, whoops, so I catch it with my chest. This is steel. Yeah, that top piece. It's either aluminum or steel. This is some. Okay, here we go. So then we just simply go scan. Each one of these scans, and if I move, you can see the light shining. It's going to shine. There's like hundreds of points of references that it's taking, 600 or 700 or 800, and it does it 6 times. So you end up with thousands of points of reference, which creates this data resolution that I was talking about earlier. Just makes it closer and closer and more accurate. So that'll go through 6 of those. And once that's done, hopefully it says outlier warning. I love when it says outlier warning because that means we're higher than we should be. Something's a little higher than normal. 3 scans. It's now on the 4th scan. It's very quick. Like when you're talking and you're interacting with people, this happens so quick. This light is not heating up the rosin. So the rosin itself is staying completely, normal temperature. It's not getting all oiled up. You can pour distillate into this thing. I've put black hash, just pressed black hash right into the dish. Guy told me it was 40% THC. It came back at 39.5%. Like he was impressed. He was like, that's legitimately impressive. Now for extracts, you're not going to get active moisture. You're not going to get moisture. You're not going to get terpenes. Right now, it's strictly total cannabinoids, and THCA. Outlier warning. You saw it here first, my friends. That's all I smoke. Why doesn't someone start a company called Outlier Warning? How about that? That is a seed company. If I ever saw one, you don't even have to carry the seeds. All you have to do is represent all the seeds that are outside of the Outlier Warning. You guys see the total THC?
Someone's already done it, dude. It's like by the time you finish that sentence, someone's like, great idea, done.
Oh yeah. So there it is. 69.9% total cannabinoids. Let's see if I can get it back to becoming. Oh, it keeps switching between mine and Mike's camera. And he's not even there we go. Here we go. Let's see if I can just get it one last time. I want to see that 69.9%. There it is. God damn. Total CBD 0.1%. I was 0.1% away from a 70. That would have been my first 70 with this unit. So then we'll go over the cleaning process, right? Obviously, I'm going to have some rosin stuck on there.
I heard it's frowned upon to put that back into the jar. So you're going to have to
this is going to go into my empty jar because it's
I know what he's trying to do there.
It's frowned upon. Yeah, this is except when I'm testing, it's not very often that I'll put a dab back in the jar. But you can see how that little tool just cleans it up so nicely. Really, really appreciate that. So first I'll get it into the jar, the little glass container that we do the test out of. Then I have little alcohol bottles where I'll just use a tiny little bit of alcohol and a Q-tip to clean it up. Obviously, if you're doing this as a service, you want to do it as professionally as possible. You know, wear gloves, have GPP to some degree. Make sure your setup is really clean. Make sure you're not cross-contaminating so that you're making sure each time you run a new batch that you're cleaning the dish that maybe had the cannabis or the flower or the extracts in it, and just make sure that you're cleaning really, really well. And it's going to ensure, not that I've seen easy cross-contamination in this, I will admit, I have not seen that at all, but it never hurts to, as Sam the Skunk Man would say, cleanliness is next to godliness. So now we're going to scoop this out of here. Oh yeah. Like, you got to admit, that's pretty clean.
That's so satisfying to watch.
Yeah. Just pull it right out of there, you know? Look at that. That is, get in there. Come on, focus. It doesn't want to focus. That's okay. Yeah, I got to put this in a new jar now.
Just dab that whole thing.
Yeah, just this right here.
Let's do it.
Maybe when I was 25, I would have thought that was the coolest fucking thing ever. But at 52, I'm like, I don't know.
I'm a glug.
You can always have more.
Yes, that's for sure. So yeah, that's kind of how easy the unit itself is to operate, to do a test. A lot of these units in the past, they would like, there were so many ways to fuck up the test, mainly due to bumping the unit, making sound near the unit, affecting the unit in almost any way, shape, or form would cause it problems. And this unit is the opposite of that. You can bang it, you can bump it. When I first asked him, because I said that the last one I had was called Gemisterd, and it really just wasn't very good. And he said, yeah, fuck, dude, this one you could use it on a train, you could use it on a boat. It's legitimately the most insane that we've come across yet. So, and then I pour a little alcohol out of the bottle and put it into the dish. I'll kind of let that sit for just a few minutes, and then I'll go in with a Q-tip and clean that and just make sure that it's as clean as possible. I really feel bad. The company that sent me these, they sent me two. I lost one of them. It had a cover that went over it, and I can't remember the name of the company. I hate to promote someone's product and then not actually, even be able to share the name of the actual company that brought it to fruition.
Good luck,
Wonderful
Rob.
product. Yeah, I'll find it. Don't worry. I'll
Good luck,
find
dude.
it.
Mhm.
What I also say is the Velaveris' speed. I think just from an outsider looking in, instead of having to send your stuff off to the lab all the time just to get basic results,
Often
just
for
being
10
able to
minutes.
walk around with it for like an hour and kind of evaluate your entire grow seems pretty efficient. I mean, granted, if you are worried about the smaller things, you can send in for that, but you literally can rule out everything else with just a Velaveris in your hand.
It's a pretty huge advantage to the grower. That is absolutely for sure. I'm super stoked to have one in my quiver.
Yeah, we're using it at Chiba. What they'll do is they'll clip a nug off as they're approaching harvest, and they've been just air drying it and then testing it.
Yes.
But now we've been putting it through the freeze dryer and just so we're trying to close that window or the air drying window, and that's proving to be quite nice, quite nice and convenient to really optimize that harvest time. Like one next step would be to be able to test it while it's still on the plant, but
Yeah.
unfortunately we need to dry it out.
Moisture definitely affects the reading, like in a big way. Obviously, the higher the moisture content, the lower all those numbers are going to be. So
Yeah.
when people are expecting numbers, they're always expecting dry numbers, what the numbers would be when the product has been properly dried and cured. And so that is definitely why we do the same thing with the fresh leaves. We get a fresh leaf, we air dry it, and we're not measuring cannabinoids or terpenes. We're measuring macro and micronutrients, and that's just super helpful. The advantage of giving the plant the right amount of food when it needs it, where it needs it, is so important that I think it's probably one of the most important factors of this unit. And like I said, if I come down there in October with Etienne, I will definitely bring the unit and we'll have fun with it, because it's
Storm,
impossible not to have fun with.
I just want to ask Storm quickly, do you think we'd be able to do some A/B testing? So let's say doing the version on the exact same plant, let's say two stem or two main colas or from the split that look similar. Do you think we'd be able to do some testing, putting one that's freeze dried and then one that's cured to, let's say, my personal choice when I release it to myself and the homies?
Yeah, definitely, man. That would be awesome.
That'd be super
I'd love
cool.
to.
You could also
Yeah,
feedback.
that would be super cool to. Yes, exactly. I'm trying to build as big a database of that sort of information as possible on genetics. So yeah,
sure.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Super sick.
You got to make sure that whoever's doing your freeze drying work, that they have like very specific settings set up, because depending on how deep the tor is and the vacuum that you pull, you can pull more terpenes than you need to with freeze dryers. Or if you do it right, you can preserve more free terpenes, monos mostly, that would otherwise be lost in traditional curing methods.
Yeah. So I'm running a Harvest Right, sort of stock standard Harvest Right Home Pro on hashi.so. Shout out to those guys. I don't have their chip, but I run on their recommended stock settings as best I can. And get pretty good results, but the plan is to get hashi.so chip to be able to dial in the settings even better and really be able to monitor what's going on.
I have a Facebook group that's a specialized lyophilization oven. It's called the Freeze Dryer Lyophilization Oven Facebook group. And there's about 10 or 11. Yeah, there's about 10 or 11,000 of us in there. It is a great place to find support for freeze drying settings, different types of freeze dryers, different tor settings, different vacuum pull, like all of the little intricacies that a lot of people just don't fully understand are discussed openly in that in that room. There's not many places you can go and talk about freeze dryers, believe it or not.
And it's like quite a deep rabbit hole when you start going down it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it really is. It's I mean, lyophilization is it's science. It's certainly not howdy. Hear that?
Yeah.
That's Skunkman Sam. When I get a phone call now, it's Skunkman Sam's voice comes across my phone. It's his howdy. It's how he used to say hi on Hash Church.
Amazing.
It's funny because the guy calling me right now is Ron Hickey. He's one of my mentors before I met Skunkman Sam. And he absolutely has to know that I'm doing Hash Church right now. So for him to call me in the middle of Hash Church is he must be cooked. He must be smoking big joints in the Kootenays right now. So if any of you ever saw me on in the Kootenays making bubble hash with Snow and this crazy old guy and his black dog Buddy, that's who just called me. Yeah.
Epic.
Yeah, totally epic. Good dudes. So there it is, all cleaned up. One alcohol wipe. Get this as clean as possible, and back in she goes. The machine can get put back away. No brainer. No brainer. It's a great little unit. So what else? What's going on in the future? What do you guys hope for the future of South Africa cannabis? What is the utopian vision of the HashMakers Guild? Where, you know, what does that look like for South Africa? Because obviously we're not there yet.
Yeah, no, we're not there yet. I think the main push is for legalization, at least like regulated recreational or something. The problem is our government is pretty useless. So things happen very, very slowly here. So it takes a lot of action from people like Chiba and Fields of Green for All, to name a few in the Dacha couple, who are really pushing the legislation. So we're just trying to push the quality so that the legislation can catch up. For me personally, I'm venturing into a dry sift on a dry sift journey. I just got a pollinator, P3000, and I'm going to start experimenting with Hash Vac Tech. Shout out to Hash Crew, fully grown solventless. I'm not sure if you've seen that, where they use a shop vac with a cyclone dust collector to suck out the 73 micron and below on the dry sift.
Yeah. I used a vacuum years ago and a jet sieve. I was laughing because he took a shot at me the other day. He said, "This will be the death of bubble bags." I said, "Oh, my poor son, you are so wrong. It's absolutely not going to be the death of bubble bags."
Absolutely
but
not.
People have been saying that for 20 years. Oh, this is going to replace. This is going to replace. Yet I have yet to see anything replace them. I'm still pulling bags.
I mean, it's not about replacing, it's about adding to. It's about in South Africa, we've got problem. Farmers have a problem with dry trim. And where we used to wash it into hash, people don't really want that hash anymore. They want higher quality stuff. So I'm trying, and plasma static separation is great, but the price point makes it a little bit inaccessible to the South African market. So I've just been
Have you seen his
experimenting a little
tabletop
bit.
unit? I think he's got a little tabletop unit for like $4 or $5 grand. The
No,
plasma-
Marcus, even those prices converted are extremely expensive for the South African market. That's another
Oh, I believe
point
it.
of
Well, and
of the
they don't
guild is to
want
try and
pure heads
attract.
anyway. How about that? So
But
cleaning up dry
yeah.
sift is, I see all these people getting excited about cleaning up dry sift. Here's the bottom line. Who in this room has full melt dry sift right now? That's right. Exactly. And that's how it is everywhere you go. I used to do this at talks. I'd talk, and then at the end I'd be like, hey, I want to just do a quick little survey. Who in the room has full melt bubble or full melt dry sift? One hand would go up. It would be Skunk Man Sam. I'd be like, of course. Who in the room has full melt bubble? This was after 15 plus years of promoting the process. After 15 years, maybe 10 or 12 hands would go up. Well, if you ask a room now in a cannabis room, it's even less. But if you ask who has live hash rosin, you'll see like 50 hands go up. And that's because live hash rosin is what you do with mediocre bubble. When you don't have 6-star bubble that melts into a liquid like it already is. But then here's the thing. Nobody cares about that. You become this tiny little group of people that are like, yeah, we have the best, but it's like nobody can afford it. Nobody wants to buy it. Rosin has made bubble that was not exciting. It's made it almost affordable and accessible to people in a way that prior to rosin, people only had that with BHO. They could only access that cheaper, inexpensive resin with the BHO method. And so I'm obviously super happy that rosin came out, because I feel like that BHO method was sketchy, to say the least. I'm happy that there are professional people that are doing it now, and that they're doing it with class 1 div 1 rooms, and I'm not against people doing it. I'm just saying people doing it blowing themselves up. You know what I mean? Because that was a real reality for a long time. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like, how much do you want? I took this refinement game to the top of the pyramid, to the 99.999% glandular heads. And I loved it. And I thought the whole world would love it. And I thought this is what the whole world needs. But then I realized that was kind of arrogant of me to think I knew what the world needed, when really what the world wants was they want the choice and the selection of their journey to be what that is. And some people are smoking spliffs, and some people are smoking hash out of an apple pipe. And, some people are smoking swag, and they're okay with that. Like, so we become a little arrogant when we take this to the highest level, and we become like, hey, this is what you got to be smoking. It's got to be, if it's not this, and so I used to be pretty harsh and kind of shit on people. And now I'm a lot more kind, and I see the value. I mean, when I say something like, hey, live hash rosin is where mediocre bubble goes to live, I'm not trying to be harsh. Nobody that flexes rosin, nobody shows a fat jar of rosin and then goes, this is the hash it was made from. Because if they wanted to flex the hash, they wouldn't have pressed it into rosin in the first place. They would have just shown you the fucking hash. They would have said, look at this. But they don't have that. So they wait till the next step, and then they process it. I've pressed 4-star bubble and gotten fucking spectacular rosin out of it. And I've, of course, pressed a little 5 and a little 6-star, but I find it to be personally an unreasonable maneuver. I can just smoke full melt. It dabs in my banger. It might leave a little bit more chaz. Might be a little bit of more of a pain in the ass to dab in the Puffco when I'm out on the road, but I can get that clean enough too. And I'm just, I'll always forever pay homage to the full melt dry sift and the full melt water hash, while simultaneously realizing, and you guys should realize this as well, as the HashMakers Guild, if I can give you one point of advice, let it be this: create the podium products. Let your passion for quality and the top of the bar fuel you, but for God's sakes, make products available for the masses so that you can, do you know what I'm saying? That's why I made hash hits.
Absolutely.
If you ever saw my hash hit product with the little tubes, right? The little hash hits, you put a little 0.2 of a gram into a metal bowl or a ceramic bowl, and this is not like, I got laughed at by the hash making community when I released this product. They were like, Bubble Man selling swag. It's like, no, Bubble Man has gotten off of his fucking high horse, and he's come back down to the people and been like, okay, I took this crazy journey. I went up to the top up there. It's crazy. It's amazing. If you want me to show you how to get there, I will. But I'm going to come down and enjoy just hanging out and puffing with the people. And when I take dabs, I get high, and that's what I prefer. But when I smoke hash like this, I get stoned, and that's what the masses prefer. The masses prefer to be
Yes.
stoned over high. High is a rocket ship to the moon, and stoned is just like, I feel so irie, man. I feel so good right now. High is borderline, I might have an anxiety attack right now. I'm so high. Stoned is
Yeah,
like, this is the
absolutely.
greatest day of my life. And although I love being on the brink of uncomfortability when it comes to being uncomfortably high, I yearn for it. I yearn for it. But that being said, not everyone does. But I will say that it does translate that getting uncomfortably high off the highest quality shit seems to translate with what I'd give my mom if she got breast cancer, because it wouldn't be anything but the top echelon of what I found at the top of that little, quality pyramid. Anyway, I'm ranting.
Yes. No, absolutely. I am actually sitting here puffing on some bubble hash that I made. I don't know what I would call this, like a 4-star. I've played with it quite a lot, so it's now quite
Oh,
squishy.
yeah. Little
And I'm
putty.
just smoking it in my little hash
Look at
pipe.
that old Indian
And
hash pipe.
yeah, with a given to me by my Indian friend, actually. Shout out to Prashan. It's not
Hell
focusing,
yeah,
but
Prashan.
it's got a nice little granite bowl so the wood doesn't burn. And I love to puff away on like what many people would consider like lower grade hash. It's like bubble hash made from dried material. But it's great, and it's got such a popping, like acrid terp on it. If you like bubble hash, this is like it's a vibe, but you can't dab it in your puffco or your carter, like that's for sure. You got to
Yeah.
smoke it.
Yeah. Well,
I
that's
think those
exactly
hash
what the
kits
hash.
of yours are sick, man. Yeses.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys some tubes so you guys can play around with them and just have some fun with them. Pack some hash into them, and they're really I get to ask this all the time.
Yeah.
What smoking device do you like the best? And I'm like, well, generally, what I like the best is the one that I'm using in the moment. So that could be a hash hit out on the top of Whistler Mountain. It could be a vape pen out on my boat while going 40 miles an hour. It could be my universal heater in my mothership setup next to my office dabbing. It can be my Puffco Peak proxy or pivot in any number of environments. What I really love with my Puffcos lately more than anything, and this is becoming expensive, is giving them away. I love giving Puffcos. Now, Puffco Peak
Very
Pros,
expensive, yeah.
well, Puffco Peak
Cheap
Pros
hobby.
with the 3D XL bowl, that's a very difficult thing to give away. But the pivot is a reasonable gift. It's like giving someone 150 bucks. It's like, I gave my brother-in-law one recently. He told me he's starting to puff again after 50, 40 years or whatever. He's like, yeah, I'm starting to smoke again. And I got this stuff called Crumble. And I was like, absolutely not. No brother-in-law of mine is going to be smoking on the Crumble Bumble. So I was going to give him some rosin. Anyway, this guy, Sir Squish a Lot, who's a super awesome guy. Follow him on Instagram if you don't already. He's from Manitoba. Great guy, great grower. He's got the same passion that a lot of you guys have. And he was super excited to meet me. And he was showing me all these jars. I had my brother-in-law with me, and I told him, I said, yeah, my brother-in-law is like fucking puffing on Crumble. Like, you know what? I'm going to give him a Puffco pivot right now. So I gave him a pivot. In fact, before I gave him the pivot, Sir Squish a Lot just pulls out a baller jar, like literally a jar like this big, and just goes, here you go, dude. Here you go. Here you go. And just gives it to my brother-in-law, Ryan, who's just like, what just happened? I'm like, well, dude, what just happened is you just got given a Puffco pivot and a big old baller jar of rosin.
That's next level. Yeah.
Dude, what a fucking... I even told him, I said, I almost feel like me and Sir Squish a Lot, because I wasn't supposed to meet up with this guy. I was out in Manitoba for a fishing tournament with my youngest son. I wasn't going to have any time to spend with anyone outside of family. And what happened is I ended up with an extra day. And in that day, this guy kept hitting me up, kept hitting me up, kept hitting me up. And finally I was like, all right, I'll find out where he is. Where are you? He tells me he's on this street. I'm like, holy fuck, the street that he's on is literally 4 minutes away from me. So I say, all right, come get me and my brother-in-law. We'll hang out and puff some bowls with you. And then we have this wonderful experience that almost felt it was for my brother-in-law, Ryan, more than it was for me and Sir Squish a lot. But yeah, shout out to that dude. He's fucking awesome. And I'm going to make sure I send you guys some tubes for the South Africans to smoke some hash. Hash on the go, bro. Hash on the go.
Hash on the go.
I'll send you guys some. This is what I'll do. I'm going to send you guys all from the Hash Guild some of these. You guys are going to post pictures of them and hashtag Hash Hits and Bubbleman brand. And the one that is the ballerist, the one that just represents South Africa and shows hash hits in the most South African environment, I'm gonna give something to. I don't know what that is, but it's gonna be something good.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. And I could do this around the world. You know, maybe there's probably
100%.
groups. There's awesome groups of guys like you all around the world. So here's a question, because I do see a lot of guys. Are the South African women not as into this cannabis movement? Do you guys find that there's a lack of women involved in the movement?
I think there's a lot of women in the movement, but I think a lot of women, to be honest, just my opinion, I think a lot of women have been pushed out of the scene by other women that sell weed in different ways. So I think there's a lot of women in the industry, but they are behind the scenes doing things. And I wish they would come out, because I think there's a lot of talented girls.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lighting company called Indoor Sun. Shout out to those guys, locally manufactured LED grow lights. And they just finished judging on a goddess grower. So that was a grow competition for female cultivators. And there are a few chicks online that make some really, really high quality live hash and rosin. So South African chicks, but comparably, it's I think there definitely could be more women hash makers and cultivators.
Maybe Hash Church can help with that. Like, why shouldn't it?
A lot of them actually
Go ahead.
take the offtake from these guys for their tinctures and edibles and stuff like that. But they're and yes, there are a couple growers, but if I were to think about in the South African market, who, like, how many women are sitting there with their own labs actively pressing, I can't think of anyone.
I honestly think,
definitely can.
Marcus, I think between all of us here, I think we could easily bring together like essays women for a podcast.
Absolutely.
Honestly, I think there's definitely enough of us that we know are doing really, really good work. Yeah, honestly, I think that would be really cool. That would put a lot.
Well, maybe you guys can help put that together, and maybe you guys should get some female members of the HashMakers Guild.
Yeah, we've even got a South African abroad in Canada that's also doing some crazy work out there.
Where in Canada? We have a big country.
I'm actually not too sure.
I love that. I love that it's just Canada. I love when I'm traveling and people are like, hey, I got a buddy named Joe who lives in Canada. Do you know Joe? I'll be like, fuck, of course I know Joe, dude. From Canada? That's awesome.
That's actually so funny.
Good. Find out for sure. We'll find out. They're probably in Toronto, but you never know. They might be in Vancouver.
We do actually have one very good South African female hash maker. 420 collab on Instagram is the handle. And if I'm not mistaken, she actually came fourth in the Full Moon Cape Town competition. So we definitely do have solid hash makers in the female.
Absolutely. And also Kat Canna, she's making some fire live stuff down in Cape Town.
Kat Canna?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
K with a K-A-T, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
also
my
K-A-N-N-A, like the canna that they were asking about, but I think it's
so there's a girl that represents Canna for Canada. Her name's Kat, K-A-T.
Oh wow.
100%. She's a good friend of mine. She's awesome. She hooked us up with Canara. They've sponsored Hash Church in the past. Yeah, we're close friends with the good folks at Canna. Had some great sponsors over the year here since we started it, and Canna was definitely one of the very good ones. Of course, shout out to the Press Club, who's been an incredible sponsor for small family-owned business. If you guys can show your support for them in any way, shape, or form. They've got those really cool spoons, the bubble spoons, collection spoons. And they've got the double stitched blowout free bags, which is fuck, you don't know how important that is until you start making rosin, get overzealous, and hit that shit with a bit too much.
The zero blowout guarantee is the game changer. I was
Dude.
messaging them on Instagram last week, I think. Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
so
I'll tell you, you want to know that what doesn't blow out on rosin? 6-star. So put that together. What do you think is blowing out those bags? That's the fucking swag, the swaggle. That's just the thing you're trying to get rid of in there. That's just like, let's just get rid of this so we can have this, and this is so much nicer. So it's always a journey until you have acquired, and I'm telling you, I guarantee you in South Africa, you can make full melt 6-star bubble hash grown under the sun. Definitely.
Yep, we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have the skills.
Yes, but then you must have the hash. Exactly. There it is. You must have the hash. Oh yeah, that looks just wetter than shit. That jar right there, in fact, I got hundreds of messages from that jar right there. Here, I'm gonna pin you up so you can show it again. Hundreds of messages. They're like, what the fuck, dude? What did you do? I'm like, I didn't do anything. They're like, what do you mean? Like, how did you do that? I said, I didn't do anything. And then they'd be like, you're confusing me. I'm like, bro, pay attention to life. Your awareness level is low. I just reposted this. That doesn't mean it's mine. I'm going to start taking credit for someone else's jar. But literally hundreds of people have messaged me about that jar of hash. It's unfortunate because I shared it in a way that shows your name. They should be able to see your name, and then they should click on it, and then they should follow you because it's a
no. I'm not gonna lie. Overnight, I woke up and I had over 100 extra followers, and I was like, "What the fuck just happened?"
It should be more than that, though, because I'm telling you, like you should have 1,000 new followers with a jar like that, bro. Are you kidding me?
No, the page definitely blew up. So I appreciate that.
Good.
But John, that's the pink chappies that I bred. So when you do come down, you have to taste this. It's literally like strawberry bubble gum. It's phenomenal.
Chappies is a brand of bubblegum, like a famous South African local brand of kiddies bubblegum.
Chappies.
Yeah, it's like a famous South African heritage brand, if you can call it that. You got some
chappies?
Yeah, and the wrapper used to have encyclopedia facts on it.
Yeah, like, did you know?
Once you open it.
Yeah, did you know? So we call it Chappy Facts.
Damn.
So what I want to do is when I'm able to start packaging this on the inside, I want to do, did you know, like hash facts and things like that. I think that'd be such a good play on it, dude.
Oh, that's cool as hell.
Yep, that's a good idea. And using something that was already sort of popularized, like it's so crazy that you can't advertise like that. It promotes to children. It's like, yeah, but you're already promoting the most dangerous, deadly substance in the world to children. It's called sugar, and you don't give a fuck about children in reality. You're happy to feed them cancer all day long. But it's like, if we make a pink chappy, it's all of a sudden like, you can't sell that in South Africa. That's a play on the chappie's name. It's like, well, yeah, dude, that's why it's so brilliant. Smell it. It smells just like strawberry chappies. No one would deny it, even kids. Like, what a perfect world when you get to a point. Like, I'll tell you, I'm always like blown away when my 10-year-old son, and he started doing this around 4 or 5, he would come into my office and I might have just exhaled a big rip of some beautiful, flavorful, honey bananas or something. And he'd come into my office, 4 years old, and be like, Dad, what one is that? It smells awesome. And I'd just be like, oh my God, like this is the crazy reality you get to exist in when you have a federally regulated. Now, I'm not blowing smoke in his face. I'm not getting him high. I don't promote cannabis use to my children. I'm like, if they want to do it, they can. If they don't want to do it, they don't have to. But this one, he's going to be doing it at a fairly, like, I suspect he's going to be in the 13 to 14-year-old range because he's just coming in. Yeah, that would smell so good. I'm like, yeah, it's the honey bananas. And then he goes, yeah, I like that one. And I'm just like, dude, you sound like a 40-year-old dabber. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He likes the smell of it.
That's
he's the outlier. He's the one. He's the keeper.
Yeah,
he is.
That's the keeper.
Yeah,
he is the outlier. Yes.
Yes,
So
he's the bubble
keeper.
boy.
That's the one.
He told me, he's like, yeah, I want to be bubble boy. And I said, well, you know what? That name you'll grow out of it and you won't like it anymore. I'm telling you. Like when people call me bubble boy, I always feel like they're kind of like, it's almost like, and this is probably not for anyone here, but in Winnipeg, where I'm from, if you want to be murdered, you call someone a goof. Now, I don't know why that is, but it's like you'll get murdered. You could be murdered if you called someone a goof. And I've always felt a little bit of that when people are like, hey, bubble boy. And they'll kind of like pronounce the B's hard, like, hey, bubble boy. And I'll just be kind of like, I don't think I like that. I have been called bubble boy by a few people where it shows intention behind a word, because a perfect word for that is the N word. This terrible word that people use with different intention and then they get away with it, and other people use it with other intention and they absolutely don't get away with it. And bubble boy is one that I've heard over the years where I can just tell someone's trying to be a nasty piece of shit and like call me down, and I'll just be like, why you got to do that? Why can't we just like keep it like, hey, bubble boy, like, yeah, let's make it fun, not like like you fucking hate me and want to strangle me.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick. That's what my grandma said.
We've got a South African word that we use, and it's also got like the harsh B on it, but this one's got the harsh P on it. This is don't be a poos. And
yes,
that goes around very, very far in South Africa. You want to be
well,
like don't be a
it's
poos.
okay. Well, it's now look at that, Etienne. This is the second Sunday in a row that we've had the puss mentioned on Hash Church. Isn't that incredible?
Because it was the tradition rolling. Let's see.
Well, we didn't realize it that July is puss. July is puss month on Hash Church, right?
Of course it is. Of course. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. And we love the puss. We love the whatever you want to call it. I pay homage to the female and to the women. Give thanks. You don't have to try and do anything more. You've already birthed the entire human race into being. I think that's enough. Thank you for your service.
Agreed.
Well, we got like 20 minutes left to just smash some dabs and talk about a few more things before we end this special Hash Church edition with the South African HashMakers Guild. What a treat to kind of meet you guys. Storm, I think it was Storm. I think he hit me up one day and then I just called him. Was that you, Storm?
Oh, yeah, that was me, man. That was wild. Like,
yeah,
I just fed the dogs. I just hit a dab, fed the dogs, and then came, looked at my phone, and it was ringing, and it was you, and you were like video calling me from while you were driving somewhere. So you had your hands free going, and that was just honestly so surreal. So yeah, I mean, thank you so much for having us on, man. It's such an honor and a privilege, and I mean, you've taught all of us how to do what we do. Like,
in one way or another.
Well, I'm super glad that I did it, dude. Sometimes we don't even know why we're doing things. And dude, I get hundreds of Instagram messages every day. And I feel bad because I like to be sharp. I like to know who the people I'm communicating with. But when it comes to Instagram, people change their names. People, they come and go. I don't get to know who they really are. I never see a picture of their face. So although people will be like, I know who you are, I'm like, I don't know who you are. And I know
Yes.
that the best thing you can do is give your time to everyone because you never know. But for whatever reason, dude, that day when I was driving, especially because I saw your message and I was like, I can't reply. So I just was like, I'm just gonna call this dude. And of course, me calling you linked us up. Now I've linked up with your whole guild, which is amazing. Etienne had hooked me up with Myrtle. I believe Myrtle came on the show at least a couple of times, and she talked about what was going on down in South Africa, and of course, the travesty of what occurred with her husband. And, you know, Etienne always has the most incredible people. So it's really cool for me to bring you guys on and sort of introduce him. I'm definitely, if I don't make it, I know that he's going to have an amazing time with you guys down there in October. And I'll look forward to him hosting a hash church down there, whether I make it or not.
Yeah, we look forward to it. I mean, they've got a studio there at the Jazz Farm where Myrtle is. They've got a studio where they do their own podcasts. So, I mean, that's just plug and play right there.
I think I met Myrtle when I was on my motorcycle in Barcelona, and I heard you scream, "Fableman!" And I turned around, and like a block away, half a block away, amongst thousands of people, is Etienne standing next to this van. And I'm on this little 320S BMW motorcycle because that is the only fucking way to move through Barcelona.
Yeah, the traffic getting there was not easy, but yeah, yeah, it was like I was like, wait a second, I know that guy, and of course we were there with Myrtle and Amy, who are our South African contingent. We came from uh, Vienna,
Vienna,
Austria, yeah, from the UN, and we were represented there at unfortunately the last Barcelona Spanibus, but it was wonderful to see you, and yeah, it was great to also represent South Africa at the United Nations because there a lot of people see what y'all are doing and what Myrtle and everybody has been pushing, and they have been major instigators in our work at the Cannabis Embassy, which again, we had 26 representatives from 13 countries around the world, specifically, and I was very proud to represent South Africa because of what you're doing, how you're doing it, and you know, it's people like Myrtle. We are absolutely appalled by what happened to Jules, needless to say. But it shows sometimes the sacrifice, unfortunately, that our the giants of the shoulders that we stand upon have gone through to give us the access that we have. So we can never forget them. And yeah, always remember them in our smoking circles. You know, the Dagger couple really pushed hard and really continues to push hard for South Africa and all of Africa. And you're very lucky to have such steadfast representatives that are out there trying to speak for all South Africans. So it's an honor to work alongside her, and it's wonderful to see what's happening there and what you are all doing there. And I'm proud to see it, and I look forward to seeing your growth over the years. So keep at it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Etienne. Yeah, the Myrtle and the Dacha couple are, and Jules, rest in peace, are doing incredible work. And what you guys are doing is just, it's changed the lives of many, many, many South Africans. So, you know, the way I see it, all we can really do is pay it forward, you know, and make the most of it that we possibly can for our children's and our children's children and so on and so forth.
I think one great thing that Myrtle and Amy still do is a thing called Amber Cup, which is coming up. And it's an extract only competition. And it basically was built off of from, if I remember correctly from the story, I'll probably mess up some part of it, but I believe back in the day, Jules used to invite over all of his good mates, and they would all come with different types of dab and rosin, or dab and extracts, and then they would all taste it, and then they would decide whose was the best by the end of the night. And then that slowly started to become a bigger and bigger thing. And then now they do it in honor of him, which is quite amazing because the hash industry is just about to kick off. And every time they have the Amber Cup, they have a whole speech where they keep remembering him, and they allow new people to hear a story that weren't around when he was around. So I think it's really important that these things still exist and people still honor the real reasons why some of these competitions started for those legacy legends, you know?
Absolutely. Etienne's going to do some presentation.
There you
The
go.
Amber
Hey,
Cup.
what a
Oh,
good way to
zoom out.
introduce this.
There we go. South Africa. Myrtle at fieldsofgreenforall.org.za. Oh, wowee. That's amazing. The Amber Final Cup is on the 4th of October. It's a Saturday, so we could leave for the bush the Monday morning, 6th of October. A friendly competition. I like that.
Yeah,
The
since I'm
Amber
there,
See,
we're gonna go out to we're gonna go out in the wild and go. I'm a wildlife photographer, so I'm gonna go take my chance to go capture some amazing nature because apparently it's right before the grasses grow, so we'll be able to see a lot more animals than usual, she said. So
yes.
dude.
very excited
And
about
it'll be right after the first rains as well, so the animals will be out and about. So that is perfect timing.
It's also
The
breeding time, so
animals.
you're going to see some other spectacular things.
Right on, right on.
You'd be getting the triple X animal footage, Etienne. Make all your
Yeah,
friends
no, Nate.
uncomfortable.
Well,
Here's a
I'll tell you,
rhinoceros.
I'll tell
Here's
you a
the
little disturbing fact about an elephant. Its
Uh-oh.
its dong has to be over a meter long before it can mate. Just let that sink in.
Ooh, no pun intended. Jesus.
So what you're gonna see is you might see a massive male bull, and it's walking, and its dong is just dragging on the floor, like that big dick energy.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, duly noted. All right.
I'll
Keeping
tell
an eye out.
you, when I landed in not in India, but when I because I flew into Mumbai and then went to Calcutta, and then when I went to Delhi and I landed in the airport in Delhi, I was in a cab and we were driving towards the city, and there was this elephant on the street. And I was like, oh, look, an elephant. That's cool. And then the cab driver got all nervous, and my buddy I was traveling with got all nervous. And I was like, oh, you guys like get like nervous about around elephants. And he's like, dude, that's a fucking wild elephant and it shouldn't be in the city. It has no markings, there's nothing on it, there's nobody riding it. Like, he's like, fuck that elephant. We need to stay the fuck away from that elephant. I'd never really seen elephants lose their shit, but I guess if you live in India in the cities, it happens every once in a while. They if they lose their minds, they'll go to the city because a sane elephant does not go to fucking New Delhi. But yeah,
I feel like the city would make them lose their minds.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it's all part of the why the fuck would you go there? Why did I go there? Listen, after 5 minutes of being in New Delhi, I was like, I need to get the fuck out of here. And I just went up north towards Rishikesh, where it's all beautiful and nice, and the nature and the water's clean. And it's like, man, you could get hepatitis C just looking at someone the wrong way in New Delhi. For real. It's scary. Some scary shit. I see people walking around the city with no shoes on, and I was like, dude, like you're hardcore enough. Put some shoes on, like that. You're gonna die. You should not be.
Nothing's killing that oak, dude. Nothing is gonna kill that person.
These are tourists. These are like German and Italian guys that are like, I'm gonna go to India and walk around barefoot. It's like, yeah, do that in the mountains, but not like in the city.
And eat the street food.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you. Don't do that. Don't do it. I love it though. What a great country, truly, and a very long and standing hashish history. Go up to Himachal Pradesh, Milano, Parvati Valley.
Yeah.
Any of those zones is going to be, there's some magical history there in regards to the worlds of hashish. Even though for a very long time, it had to be the most basic way to collect resin off of a plant. To do that, like charas, is just Oh my God, the delicacy. I'll never forget at one of the Legends of Hash, a guy came, he showed me a piece of hash. It was 14 grams and it was like caramel. And I was like, what the fuck is that? He's like, this is hand rubbed hash I did off my indoor plants. I did it ever so, all I would do is get the grease, pull out any red hairs or leaf particulate, then take that grease and put it over there. He collected 14 grams off of his fucking fingers of this shit. And it looked amazing. And I'll never forget it because it was Emilio from the Trippy Sticks companies, is the total Los Angeles guys, real cool guys. Like, he's introduced me to Burner and some other dudes the last time I saw him. He knows all he hangs out with that 2 Chainz dude too. So he's kind of in that group. He's a real kind of cool Los Angeles guy. And he was with Todd McCormick at Legends. And they were like, let's put some of this finger rub into the Trippy Stick. And they put some into the Trippy Stick. And Todd said, dude, it was like smoking feet. It was just the smell and taste of dirty feet. And I was like, oh my God. Because I invited this guy. When I saw the hash, I was like, oh, dude, you got to come to Legends. It was just so funny that the highest level of snobbery, well, of course, who else, right, at Legends of Hash, is going to be the first and then of all the people, Todd was not quiet about it. It was like, this tastes like feet. And I remember him telling me, like, dude, he's like, I'm not exaggerating it completely. He's like, you got to try it. I'm like, I am not trying that. But it made me realize that there's something lost. I mean, there's the nostalgia of the lore and the legend, and I always want to pay homage to the original methods of hash production. But when it comes to collecting hash off of a dirty hand that may or may not have been wiping an ass, I just don't think that that's the ideal way to collect resin. I love the idea of bringing bubble bags to Himachal Pradesh and Parvati Valley and getting them like, here, do this. This is so much more effective and efficient. It's going to be easier for you on every level. And you'll probably fuck it up at first and not dry it and sell moldy hash, but it's still going to be so strong that you'll learn, you'll figure it out like we all did. I did it. I mean, I wasn't selling the hash, but I definitely molded out a lot of hash and had a hard time throwing away my moldy hash in the early days. It's not like it was covered in mold. It was more like
a good fuzzy
just
cure.
Not even fuzzy. For me, it didn't need to be fuzzy. I just needed to be able to perceive it with my olfactory, which was probably a week and a half before any fuzz.
Turns. That
you can smell it when it turns. And then there's days that pass before you get the fuzz. If you're getting the fuzz,
it's too far anyway, right?
It's very far.
But that damp funk that comes off.
Oh, dude, and not the good funk.
And there's nothing worse than telling somebody that you have to throw it away too. Because I get a lot of people like, hey, what's this? What happened here? It's like, oh, yeah, it's ruined. No. This is all I have. This is my stash. I'm like, I understand, but it's fuzzy now. It is ruined.
And they'll go, no. But what if I just remove the top layer?
But if I just pour alcohol on it? Like, no.
Oh my God.
No, we're just going to put this over here in the bin.
It's like watching somebody come to terms with a death. You know what I'm saying? They can't, they have to, it's not dead, right? It's not, it's like, and it's dead.
Let me grieve. Well, what's the first stage of grieving?
Denial.
Correct.
That river in Egypt.
Correct. Yeah, that's harsh for sure. That is, nobody wants to throw away hash. I'm telling you, the first time I threw away hash, it wasn't from mold, it was from sulfur. It was sulfur burners that had contaminated the whole crop. You couldn't clean it, not with oil, solvents. There were solvents later on, PhD level, multiple washes. You could do it, but where we were at, this was ruined product, and I'll never forget. It was 2 doors down. I lived 2 doors down, and I hucked 28 grams of this full melt 6-star Renee hash in a disc. I hucked it off of my deck and into the forest, and was just like,
into the abyss.
Fuck. I was just like, oh my God. That was so many incredible stones tossed off the deck in an instant. I could have turned on so many people, but it just tasted and smelt like a pack of matches when it was burning. It was very, very, very bad. And since then, I've been very against sulfur burning. I'm much more attuned to the Grandmaster LEDs with the UVC lights. I'm less worried about, yeah, maybe I won't put my mothers under them, but to bloom out, to flower out a plant and to produce resin, they work amazing. They kill fucking bugs and keep bugs from overtaking. And to me, that is so much better than any type of spray or sulfur burners or anything. Like, I just feel like we're finally getting to the future when it comes to growing. And I do have the concern that Ryan Lee has, which was that, I wouldn't want to keep my mothers indefinitely under a UVC light. I would be worried about affecting the integrity of their genetics, their genome sequence. Now, for a plant that's 2.5 months into flower, from the resin I've seen and the terpenes I've seen as well, because I know different kinds of stresses increase terpene production, and we have seen it with the UVC light. Terpene production does go up in certain cases with certain cultivars. That's good enough for me. Fuck sulfur and fuck fungicides and pesticides and all this other bullshit. I earn for a day where it's just accepted that you can just have these UVC lights in your room on for 5 minutes a day when no one's in the room, and completely keep your bugs 100% at bay.
That story reminded, yeah, that is huge. That story reminded me of some guys out here in KZN who had to throw away their entire harvest because there was a paint factory next door to the grow, and the entire crop got contaminated with lead.
Wow. Yeah, because it sequesters, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that they were making rosin, and all the rosin had highly concentrated amounts of lead in it. They had to burn all of it.
I wonder if cannabis is miraculously, it's a double-edged sword always. It's a phytoremediative plant. It pulls all sorts of things out of the soil, including radioactive nucleotides, which we first learned about in the 90s when a group I was involved with called Consolidated Growers and Processors. We started a project in Chernobyl where we were planting hemp to remove and reduce radioactive nucleotides from the soil. And then you would send the hemp. There was, you could glassify it, which was kind of, not really the greatest thing. But then there was this Russian guy who had a technology with electron clusters of electrons that he could use to manipulate to basically take apart radiation. And this was back in the 90s, but yeah, cannabis will remove all sorts of heavy metals, all sorts of things out of the soil if they're there. So it's best to know what's in your soil before you plant cannabis, or it's probably going to transfer. We are at 12:58 with the HashMakers Guild out of South Africa with Storm and the whole crew. It was really great to chat with you guys. I definitely want to get you guys back on here. I'm going to get you guys these hash hits. You'll have to let me know how many people there are, Storm, and then I'll just send them all to you and you can disseminate them out to the crew. I'll send
60 million.
60 million. Yeah.
Sounds accurate.
A lot. I don't have that many, dude. Holy fuck. That's awesome. But I want to thank.
I just want one, dude. Storm, I just want one. You can get as many as you want.
No, I'll get you guys like 10 each or whatever, just let me know the amount of people so I can send a 10x for each group. I want to thank Puffco and the Press Club for sponsoring Hash Church as always. You guys are the best. You can support them through their websites, through their Instagrams. Both great companies doing great things. In the meantime, I'd like to thank everyone who's been watching Hash Church. Huge crew in there today with Camden Fragment and Tam Up, John Maddox holding it down, DJS, BC Trichomer, and of course, our moderator, Bingo Lombardi. Thank you, Etienne, for showing up today as always. And yeah, I would say, as I always say, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. I know that, yeah, I see you smiling. I see you smiling. Yeah. He knows it's going to be sooner for him. I hope it's sooner for everyone. We'll see you next week on Hash Church. And in the meantime, have a great rest of your Sunday afternoon. Peace
And
out,
you?
everybody.
Thank you so
Yes,
much for
peace
having
out.
us.
Very much.
Thank you very
Cheers.
much.
Lekker.